He was released, a month prior. So that was a very short stay.
Packers, would you guys say? Which one do you think?
That one time when he turned around and made sure Micah was okay when he was crutching off after the game.
How many games did he even get with them? 1, 2?
I think 2. I think did they sign him after the regular season? He might have had a couple of snaps, maybe in the playoff game against the Bears, but I don't think I think about 2, if I'm not mistaken. And here's he got a deal. The Cowboys signed him to a deal, and then he hurt his knee, and they got pissed because he rehabbed away from the facility, and that's where things went sideways. And Jerry Jones criticized him, and then he ended up getting fined like $250,000 or $500,000, something like that, which they'd never done before because he didn't show up for some of his bonuses to work out of the facility.
It's because he's homies with Micah.
Oh, you think that's why?
I had to get some get back.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he's collateral damage.
Dang.
Get him out of there.
Dang.
Yeah. And then Micah gets hurt. They bring him in. They lose in the playoffs. It's like, why we bring you here? Get him out of there.
Dang.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
You know what, though? I actually like that. That's a good theory.
I mean, if they talking about getting the head coach out of there, why are you carrying dead weight? Yeah, you can put on the uniform.
Dang.
Damn.
I'm just saying how they probably think it. I didn't know how I feel. That's not how I feel about it.
What else we got, Patty?
Yeah, what else, Patty?
All right.
What else you got, Patty? Sweet.
So we were talking about, college going into 2026, maybe, looking ahead to the season, favorite teams and whatnot. Well, I actually have really, really early Heisman Trophy odds, and why this is of note, because at the top of the list, Mr. Braden T. Quinn is C.J. Carr, Notre Dame special. Let's go.
Yep. He's a stud, man. He's a stud. Obviously, that's just, expectations, but that's because of what he did this year. There should be high expectations for him. I said before, I think he'll end up being the number 1 overall pick. So his film's awesome. And I again, wish they could have been in the playoff. Wasn't the case, but we'll see. Long time before we actually play some real games.
Yeah.
So.
Come on.
Yeah, Jonas.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on, Bar.
Come on, Jonas.
Huh?
Put up sticks.
What? We are?
As you know, managing maintenance, repair, and operations is never easy. But for the ones who always rise to the challenge, Grainger has your back. From professional-grade products you can count on to fast, dependable delivery, they're there to help you keep things running smoothly. Plus, their technical product specialists are here to help answer your toughest questions. And because Grainger knows safety is always a priority, they're committed to being your partner in protecting both your people and your facilities. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT. Fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Did you know that you can watch all your favorite shows right on YouTube? We're live streaming Fescoe and Dusty, Cody and Gold, The Drive, and After Hours all day long. So if you want to look at the beautiful Alex Gold, interact with Cody Tapp in the chat, or gaze at the ruggedly handsome Dusty Likens, just go to YouTube and watch them while you pretend to work. Go to our channel, hit subscribe, and stay up to date with 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Josh Vern. You're in before I head out to Arizona to see the boys in blue in spring training. I'll be hosting the Royals Rally Show live from Kauffman Stadium on Saturday, January 31st, starting at 9 a.m. The biggest names in the organization will join me for exclusive one-on-one interviews as they get ready for the 2026 season. If you miss any of the show, it'll all be available afterwards on the All Things Vern podcast channel. The Royals Rally Show, Saturday, January 31st, starting at 9, right here on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Vern's Hot Stove Show, Thursday nights starting at 6, right here on 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Time will tell. Time will tell.
And we'll let you know the answer to that question as soon as we get it, Dusty.
And that question is, we have no idea.
Yeah, that's right.
But it is Wednesday. The week is moving along, fellas. I don't know if you know this or not, but we are already halfway through the week.
Halfway, baby. We're halfway to Friday. Can't wait. Can't wait.
Closer to the tundra that's rolling in this weekend.
Boy, is it going to be cold. Jen and I are going to Omaha to see Rascal Flatts this weekend.
Outside, too.
It is. It's an outside concert in the baseball stadium.
I wake up and freeze my nuts off in Nebraska.
Would you go outside this weekend to see a concert? Be honest with me. No, not
I
anybody.
I wouldn't go. Here's a bull take. Ready to get roasted early at 6 o'clock on the text line, Dusty Liggins? I wouldn't go to the AFC Championship game this weekend.
You
if it was on Saturday.
See, I was looking at the weather.
Chance, dude. 9?
It's funny you say that because I was looking at the weather and I almost texted Ralph yesterday. I'm like, glad we don't have to go to a game this weekend because of the weather. But I would be out there for the AFC Championship game.
Here comes the thanks coach. Well, you wouldn't have to worry about it because you'd be in Denver. Could you? Can we have a quick conversation? Could you imagine the hatred the Chiefs would have if they fought and clawed their way to the AFC Championship game this year?
Yeah.
And they got to play Denver with Jarrett Stidham.
Oh, my God. People would lose their minds. Yeah.
It would be
Here we go again.
It'd be the end of the world. But the Patriots are getting it, and nobody's saying anything about it.
Oh, really? I've seen them getting a lot of heat.
Have you really?
From Chiefs Twitter? Or like national Twitter?
No, national Twitter.
It's not the Patriots' fault. They didn't do anything wrong.
Because the only thing
they
I've
haven't
seen,
played anyone all season.
I see. Yeah. Okay, that narrative. Got it.
The
okay,
only thing
fair.
I've seen is like the resume of Drake May's quarterbacks.
And that he's beaten?
Just the entire year. And then it showed like the final stretch of the playoffs. And it was like Herbert, injured left hand, CJ Stroud, injured game. And then it was like Jared Stidham to go to the Super Bowl. Please, let's wait on the rush. And I was like, that's kind of fair, I guess. But I mean,
well, yeah, they still got to go out there and play. It wasn't like Drake May played great last weekend. You know, he wasn't fantastic.
Well, you could have won that game.
I know, I really could
CJ
have.
Stroud on the other side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that defense with any other team, right? Any other quarterback in this playoffs. That's a Super Bowl defense, and it's not even close. It's up there with the 85 Bears, the 2000 Ravens. Like, that's how good that defense is. And C.J. Stroud couldn't even be a game manager for his team to take advantage of that defense and win some games. So it'll be interesting to see, how Jared Stidham plays. I hope he comes out there and balls out, like everybody's talking about how he can't do anything for his sake, go out there. That guy's literally got nothing to lose, literally nothing to lose. If I was him, I'd be doing all kinds of stuff out there and going, I got an AFC championship game. Nobody cares, what I do out here. I'm not the guy. I'm going to go out there and see what I can do, get wild and crazy. And it may turn to some stuff, but I think you're right. If this was the Chiefs, we would be getting roasted out. The refs, everybody else is in
terrible.
their pocket.
It would be absolutely hilarious. Be like, well, sorry, it's just football. So Mahomes is going to have to play Jared Stidham to go to the Super Bowl again. I'm over the NFL. But, hey, we don't have to worry about that because the Chiefs did not have that successful.
No, they did.
But I'm dead serious. I do mean that. If it was going to be a high temperature of 9 on Sunday and – let's see, the AFC game is second.
No, it's first. It's the early game.
Yeah, it'd be the early game. And I know there's a lot of you truthers out there that would go, and I bless your heart. You're a more true fan than I am. But honestly, 9 is the high with the wind chill of -6, breezy, snow on the ground. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah, see,
I will watch that on the 65 on the couch where I can just get up and go to the bathroom or get up and grab a beer and take a chip and dip into a Rotel. You enjoy the game. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you sound like you're convincing me to say, nah, I wouldn't have gone to that game. That does sound really good.
Mac is 100% there.
I will be there.
I would be there too.
And I'm proud of you guys.
And here's the other thing about that too, about like my seats where we sit, we're on the sunny side. So it is completely different on that side of the
12.
stadium. Yeah, no, but it makes a huge difference because where Ralph's seats are, they're on the other side in the corner of the end zone in shade. And even in the summertime in warm games, you're cold over there. And I've sat there for most of the playoff games on that side in the shade, and it is brutally cold, in that side. But if you're in the sun, you get a couple of more degrees warm. Probably wouldn't be as long a tailgate, I would imagine, maybe this weekend.
Yeah.
Show up a little bit closer to game time and go in.
It's 4 a.m. and this game's 8 hours away from kickoff.
But there would be people out there.
Oh,
Absolutely, there would
America.
be people out there. Yeah. But that cold is, it is brutal. And I am glad we don't have to go out there for a game this weekend. So I think Rascal Flats is playing inside in Omaha. I'm hoping so.
100%.
Yeah, no, they are.
Speaking of somebody that's not playing around, Baker Mayfield. How about that?
Yeah, Baker.
This comes from...
Who's he mad at, the reporter or the coach or both?
Looks like he's mad at a Pearl Jam song. D. Orlando Ledbetter. Hashtag Falcons. Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson yes! Failed, which started a chain reaction to 11 other starters. Quarterback Shedeur Sanders closed out last season with 7 starts. Baker Mayfield, quote tweet, failed is quite the reach, pal.
Yeah, I like he palled them. When you pal somebody, that means you're pissed.
Still waiting on a text/call from him after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach. So the best meme I saw was they took Baker Mayfield's face and put it on Ben Johnson's face, and took Kevin Stefanski's face and put it on Matt LaFleur's face and said, can't wait for this matchup. Week 1, NFL, do us all the right favor.
Yeah, don't do that thing at noon either, put that thing in prime time for everybody to see.
Division games happen in Week 1.
It's also the Falcons and Bucks, but that doesn't draw much. But man, I'll tell you what, I look at that comment by Baker Mayfield, and I'm like, I totally agree.
Quite the reach, pal.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree with everything that he said there. That was a situation that Cleveland created for themselves, and that's why they're a bad organization, and that's why they'll never be a good organization. It's why Mike McDaniel decided that he was going to go be the OC in L.A. instead of even interviewing for the Cleveland Browns head coaching job. That's how bad a job it is. People are like, I ain't even talking to you. I'm going to go be the offensive coordinator over there. And so They created this mess that they're in. I don't have any sympathy for them at all whatsoever. You created your own mess. And so you had a guy in Baker Mayfield who was really good. I mean, took you to the freaking playoffs, for God's sakes, and almost beat the Chiefs here in a playoff game. They had to have a Daniel Sorensen play at the end to save the game for them. And then you get rid of that guy. Like, it's not like you've had a litany of success in Cleveland, at the quarterback position. You finally got a guy. You're like, let's go get a guy who got massages and is a creep. And get rid of a guy who everybody loves and is in commercials and does good things and win games and all that kind of stuff.
Is that in a tub?
Oh, my God. Somebody crashed through the Inner-Tub. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Looks like a guy.
Pickup crashes into restaurant. Injuries. I guarantee you there was a guy.
Bink?
I don't think
He's
so.
got to be on the show today.
Yeah.
That guy's an idiot,
I mean,
man.
seriously, though, as we take a total sidebar on this, having Binkley on today after a truck crashed into Inner-Tub is probably the most important guest that any radio show will have on today.
From the 816, Jay Binkley is super sad. Inner-Tub is closed in the Northland after a truck drove through it and hit a person inside working.
Yeah. I hope everybody's okay.
Yeah, boy, I wouldn't work ever again.
Like, I mean,
my arm, it's broken.
What time of day did this happen?
I don't know.
Because I'm going to say, if you're going to Inner-Tub and you're driving through the building, you may have had a few pops or two. I don't know if that's the case or not, but maybe you did. It's hard to miss a building at some point, but.
Someone ran into Hannah's work the other day, broad daylight.
My mother-in-law drove through Hy-Vee years ago. I mean, it was like right through the plate glass window. I worked in a grocery store for years, and at least once a month.
No smiles in any aisles that day.
No, not that day. No, I mean, Pam, your Honda's in aisle 1. What are we doing? We had to go down there and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it was. I still don't know what she did. I really don't. But we used to have people like the handicap spots were always in front of the store, and a lot of times these old people, man, would slip and hit the wrong pedal, and they drive through the window.
Hell yeah.
And so it would happen once a month. We'd have to clean up the glass because somebody would go through the. We got robbed once a week at that store all the time too. They just come through the ceiling and rob the place. It's what are you going to do?
Ethan Hunt, Mission Impossible.
It's unbelievable. God. I mean, that store had so many issues to it. It was crazy.
There's a Dairy Queen in downtown Lee Summit. It's been there I think forever, since the old Western days. And some dude drove through the front window recently.
Jeez.
And caused them to change their entire drive-through system.
That sucks.
It's great because the old drive-through system came right off of Douglas. So when Dairy Queens get packed. I don't know if there's anyone around you guys. But
they really do.
And the line of cars would be on Douglas, so you had to go around them and all that. So it was already a mess. But yeah, some older guy went right through the front window. Had to redo it and everything.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, those chicken strips with the white gravy will change your life.
Did you see some basketball coach, some retired high school basketball coach I saw? I can't remember where it was. Him and his wife drove through their neighbor's house dead.
Oh,
the drivers or the people?
The drivers,
yeah.
At least the coach tragic. Was. Yeah, it was 70-some years old. Jeez. I'm like, good Lord, they lost. But you look at the picture of this, and the house is so far back on property.
How did fall asleep at the wheel?
I don't know.
Age 65 and up, you should have to take your driving test every 2 years.
I don't disagree with that.
I'm okay with that.
That was
816 said around 5 yesterday. I live by that
5?
time.
Damn.
Oh, around 5. So it was early in the day. So they were close for the dinner rush. Did Binkley eat last night? Do we know?
We'll find out at 6:45. We found out yesterday former Royals Carlos Beltran going to the Hall of Fame with Andrew Jones and Jeff Kent. Those would be the 3 guys that are of known that are going into the Hall of Fame.
Is Jeff Kent the Veterans Committee one or something like that?
I don't know. It's kind of funny that he's in and Bonds isn't. But we think of Carlos Beltran, we think of this.
Beltran at the plate with a count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Damaso Marte brings it home. High drive, left center and deep. Back goes Lee to the wall. Gone! The Royals win it!
Carlos Beltran, opening day, 2005.
No, it was 4. 4, yeah. 2004.
2004. Walks it off. Great game. Fun story. I think I've said this before in the air. I was 16 years old that time. It's the first time I'd ever driven to Kauffman Stadium. Opening day. Dad and I had tickets. Watched the game. It's 7-3. My dad looks at me and goes, you've never driven here before. You've never driven out of here before on your own. Why don't we get a head start and get out of here? It's 7-3. I said, okay. For those of you that remember, Mindy Lopez would hit a gigantic home run in that game and tie it. And then Beltran would hit that to walk it off. As we're walking to our cars, because my car is parked on the hillside in the grass, fireworks are going off. I get in my car, and I can hear Denny, Mindy Lopez has tied the game, and the Royals are going to go to extras. And then as I'm driving down I-70, Radio's ahead of me, fireworks in the back of my car. I can hear the call before the fireworks because of the delay, obviously. And it's Carlos, the audio you just heard. And I called my dad and I said, we will never, and I mean ever, leave a game early again.
It's true, man. I had one of those as a kid, too. I was telling you before the show, we were at a Yankee game. And, as a kid, you get to go to one game a year or whatever. And I think they were playing the Red Sox. I can't remember. But it went into extra innings. My dad's like, we're going to leave. And this guy next to us, who I had no idea who he was, he goes, I'll take your son home for you. You're not leaving this game early. And then, like, the bottom of the 11th, this guy named Mel Hall, who I think has gotten some trouble, jacked a game-winning home run. And it was awesome. And it was like, see, this is why you don't leave games early. And I made that kind of ploy to myself, like, I'm not going to leave a game. You don't know what's going to happen. Like these people who walk out of Arrowhead in the Houston Texan playoff game, right? Or, remember the Miami Heat situation where everybody was trying to get back into the arena and
Ray
whatnot?
Allen hit the three, and they showed all the fans trying to get in there going,
yeah,
nope.
not happening. Like,
you left.
Like, games are decided, as we know in the NFL, in the final quarter. That's why they call it the witching hour like that. So nothing is done early. You can't be bailing out of these games early because you may miss something spectacular. And now you're thinking about, man, I could have had a great memory. Because I think for me, not that there's a whole lot of them, but that's one of the top 10 moments at Kauffman Stadium for me was that opening day in 2004 because the Royals were coming off that 03 season, which was good. The expectations were high.
Oh, yeah.
And they weren't playing good in that opening day. And then Mendy Lopez hit that home run, and then Beltran won it. You're like, okay, we got something here. And they would only win 40 more games that year, and Beltran would be traded. So
and go on that amazing playoff run with Houston.
Yeah, he did. Because that was the year he was traded, was 04. And so, yeah, he went on an amazing run with them. And now he's into the Hall of Fame. So congratulations. Jeff Kent was a selection by the members of the Hall of Fame. He never made it through the writer process, and so he got in by the modern era ballot. And then so these guys got in with the writers ballot.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Well, congrats to them, both deservingly so to go. And I know there's going to be a lot of texts. Well, Beltran's a cheater. Yeah, well, let him have his moment. He'll probably go in as a Met.
He will. They're saying, they're saying he is going to go in with a Met hat on. Yeah.
It's crazy to think how many games only he played more for the Mets than the Royals. It was only like 50 or so games. It wasn't really that much.
It's crazy. That's why Greinke's going to wear a Royals hat because he's played more games for the Royals than he played for any other team out there. And most people wouldn't remember really Zach Greinke playing for the Kansas City Royals, but no, he did. And so he'll be the next true Royal, I believe, to go into the Hall of Fame, or somebody wearing a Royals cap, if you will.
We will get to our weekly poll question on Wednesday, but I want to get to something I think is interesting in the Buffalo situation because it seems a bit rocky here on 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Chiefs.
This is Voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, we've got the new year here, and, it's time to start feeling better about ourselves and doing things for others as well and getting that positive change in your life, right? And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction and are ready to move past the frustration and embarrassment, it's time to call Heartland Men's Health. There may be no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. And Heartland Men's Health has treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. And some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men right here in Kansas City, and they're ready for you. So schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and you could be having sex by the end of right after your appointment. So they have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. Call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergen X and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. If you're looking for the best, Synergen X and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at GetMyHealthFix.com.
FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack with every NFL playoff game day, each game day during the championship round. You'll get a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts mean more ways to level up your playoff bets. We are just a couple of weeks away from the NFL season completely winding down, and we're going to find out who plays in the big game. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, and build a parlay that fits this championship moment. Then apply those profit boosts and go for an even bigger payout to keep the playoffs fun rolling along. We are just a couple of weeks away from the NFL season completely winding down, and we're going to find out who plays in the big game. Visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack for every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. Must be 21 and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issue is non-withdrawable profit book token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLE.
When winter's chill hits, trust Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter. For a limited time, get up to $2,000 in instant savings on a new HVAC system from Hamilton. Our pros offer expert installation, flexible financing, and energy-efficient options that can help lower your energy bills. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. But don't wait. This is a limited time offer. Visit callhamilton.com/radio for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. The new year is here. Home values are up, and you have more home equity than ever. Now is the time to put that home equity to work for you. This is James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. Credit card balances are at an all-time high. Why pay 25 to 30% interest to them when you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call? Golden Oak's mortgage rate is 4.5%. We have no fee to apply and no out-of-pocket costs. And if you call today, you could make no payments for 2 months. But don't wait. This rate won't last forever. Imagine how good it will feel to have those bills paid off. At Golden Oak Lending, we can make that happen in as little as 14 days. And if for any reason your loan doesn't close, we will pay for your appraisal. Call today and take advantage of our 4.5% fixed rate. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending cured my blues.
5.442 APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit, additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Music this hour is brought to you by State Water Heater and Reeves Weideman. Need a water heater? State Water Heaters has the solution. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 scale prevention delivers efficient, on-demand hot water with no annual maintenance and may qualify for money-saving utility rebates. Ask your plumber for State at Reeves Weideman. Visit rwco.com or statewaterheaters.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Missouri side, 635 southbound past 9 Highway with an accident blocking 2 left lanes. Things are a little sluggish in the immediate area. Otherwise, moving pretty well all around the metro. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Coming up in 25 minutes, the newest addition to Trivia Night, Jay Binkley.
There's juice all over the place.
Is that tonight?
That's tonight.
He's coming? Is Jay going to go?
He said he's going to be there.
Let's go. All right, that's cool. Well, with this Inatub situation now going on, it may be touch and go for everybody in the Northland this morning. In case you're just joining us, a truck drove through the Inatub in the Northland, and it is not open right now. So I don't know, Northlanders, I know a lot of y'all are up there freaking out today. I'm sure Tammy from the Weston is losing her mind. Binkley's losing his mind. Everybody who lives up there is absolutely panicked today. I'm sure Inatub will reopen at some point once they get the car out of the fryer.
Do you think people would still go if they said everything is still normal except the powdered cheese on top of the tacos we can't do today?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
That's
and
their
again,
shtick.
I've never gone. I've never eaten at In a Tub. I know I need to, but if I'm going up north and it's right there next to Smokehouse Barbecue, I am not going to In a Tub. I tell you that right now. So, But I do need to try. Have you tried it? Have you been up there? Mac, have you In a Tub before?
No.
Nobody from south of the river ever has In a Tub.
I'd like to. Yeah, it just hasn't happened.
I don't even go as north as Chipman Road in Lee Summit, so let alone the north
Across the river.
You're like, oh, yeah, there's like a Popeyes, a Cooper's Hawk. Don't even know it exists. Don't ever go that far.
It's amazing how you never stray outside of your area. It really is true. Like for most people, you do not go outside of that radius of your house.
And that's technically my area. Like that's literally like 3 blocks away. And I'm like, I never really go that north.
Man, it's so far. I'm just not going to get out that way.
417 says, need a Binkley dating life update when you guys talk to him?
Oh, we'll get on to that.
That's fine.
That's easy.
Yeah.
That's question number one.
After the In a Tub situation.
Brutal.
I hope he knows. Make sure he knows and we don't surprise him on air. You don't want to cause any damage to people this morning.
Bigley's going to be like, yeah, we love Hardee's, In a Tub, what's next? Waffle House? 2026 sucks, Dust Man. 2026 might suck in Buffalo.
Yeah.
I think this is a red flag. And the conversations we had, because we're going to talk about coaching a little bit later on about like what the milestone year is when it comes to when you can kind of gauge your success with your head man running the ship. But this comes from Twitter about Brandon Beane and the owner. And the quote says, I'm told that during a meeting held 5 weeks ago between McDermott, Beane, and Pegula, is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The coach pointed out where the roster lacked to win a Super Bowl. I don't know the specifics McDermott mentioned, but I'm told neither Beane nor Pegula was pleased with McDermott's assessment. 5 weeks ago, this conversation had happened.
Yeah.
And obviously, we have seen in the last few days that Sean McDermott was fired. Brandon Beane was promoted to a position that was, I don't know, made up or just, here you go, man. And it makes me think that there's a lot more trouble in paradise than maybe Josh Allen having the worst game of his career and the worst possible moment to have it, which was the easiest route to the Super Bowl. Because I could imagine that Buffalo Bill fans are still sick to their stomachs knowing that they would be playing the Patriots, a division game, third time. You never know what's going to happen. Kind of like what we're seeing in the NFC side of things.
Yep.
Seattle and the Rams, third time they're meeting. We've seen the total points, the yards. It's all within like one of each other. And if I was Josh Allen, I'd be close to saying, get me out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And this has blank hole drama written all over it. The non-football guys are not working with the football guys. And to me, that's a huge red flag. Like McDermott, I know he was fired. There's been a lot of mishaps, but like you would think that maybe after, Mac and I were kind of shooting this in the breeze yesterday, we were walking out. You'd think that McDermott might have been fired maybe after the 13-second game, right? Like that was your best defense. That was the best opportunity you had. You were set up for the win. And then,
but it was only like year 2 of that start of that dynasty, if you want to even call it that run.
Because he had lost the AFC Championship game previously, like 2 years before that, when Allen kicked the guy on the ground and the Chiefs won.
That was a blowout. So he
had lost that game. So he'd already been there.
Yeah.
And then, the next year, or 2 years later, the 13-second game happens, and then the Chiefs would go on and lose to Cincinnati, obviously in the AFC Championship game. And then he would lose to Cincinnati and then lose to the Chiefs. So you could say last year could have been the year where you're like, all right, Sean, like Mahomes, maybe this isn't your situation. We got to go somewhere else. And then this year, it wasn't Mahomes. It was Bo Nix. And Josh Allen had a really bad game, and they ended up firing McDermott because it's time. But to have this sort of thing going on where, like, you have a coach saying, hey, this is what we need. I'm on the sidelines. I'm in the locker room. I work with this team. I kind of feel like I know more than you guys, which I think is obvious. I think the head coach is always Andy Reid knows more than Brett Veach about football.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Veach knows a ton about football. Andy Reid knows so much more.
Andy Reid's got 30 years on him.
Correct. And to me, this might be one of the biggest stories of the offseason because I agree that McDermott's time was up, but if you're Josh Allen and your upper management is not listening to maybe anybody and they're not setting up for success, for me as Josh Allen, I don't want to waste my prime at a team that's a dumpster fire up top because Beane's not done anything really great. I mean, Josh Allen, he's answered for some damn reason. He keeps answering Brett Veach's phone calls. You'd think that he eventually would put Scam Likely on it. Still hasn't done that. And yet they haven't produced. And now the stories that are coming out is like, this should have been a two-guy swing. This should have been GM, head coach, both. You're my guy. It didn't work. I didn't work. We're out. But instead, he was promoted, and apparently McDermott was out there, 2 months ago saying, hey, here's what we might need to do. Here's what we can make this team better. And they're like, yeah, dude, thanks. And then as soon as the door shuts, it's like, we're not listening.
Yeah, we're not listening to this.
So to
guy,
me, that's
right?
terrible. And if I'm Josh Allen and I don't see any progression, then to your point a couple of weeks ago where you're like, well, Mahomes, blah, 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 I would say if I'm Josh Allen, maybe McDermott was his guy. We saw the emotions in the locker room. They kind of all, in my opinion, knew that this was the outcome that was going to happen. And then now you're seeing this team do this. And I think this is one of the biggest offseason stories of the year is what Buffalo is going to do. And are they going to do what Green Bay did and waste prime years of their great quarterback?
No, that's the point right there, the Green Bay situation, and you have to keep going back to that. If the Chiefs don't put enough around Mahomes, it's going to be the same type of conversation as we talked about. And in the next 3 years, if they're not putting talent around Patrick Mahomes, he will ask for a trade. And that's fine. You should ask for a trade at that point in time if this organization is not supporting you. And that's kind of where we are right now with Buffalo. I was looking at something, one of their podcasts up there that does all the the Buffalo coverage and whatnot, and they're talking about is a Bills roster purge coming. And I saw that, and that kind of set off red flags for me, because if a Bills roster purge is coming, the roster wasn't exactly the best. And if Josh Allen is looking around going, you're going to purge a roster that's a mid roster right now, I need to get better. I don't have these years to waste. And the Green Bay situation, and now we're hearing about this Buffalo situation, this is something that the Kansas City Chiefs should be looking at. Because in an article that I read about Buffalo the other day, they were talking about reducing the burden on Josh Allen, right? You got to reduce the burden on Josh Allen. And that's the biggest piece of advice that I have for the Chiefs this offseason. Everything now going forward with a 30-plus-year-old quarterback who has a bum knee now, you've got to go out there and reduce the burden on Patrick Mahomes. The problem is Patrick Mahomes has shown that he can win with anybody out there on the field for the most part, and has. And Josh Allen has not done that yet. I hope Patrick Mahomes' success and the way that he's willed this team to victories over the last few years doesn't cloud their judgment of saying, oh, no, we got Mahomes, we're going to be okay. This is now the time where you're starting to see over 30, knee injury. Other teams are moving forward. Other teams are adding all these stud wide receivers and whatnot. It is time for the Chiefs to go out there and start to look at the landscape of the NFL and go, we don't want to be in a Buffalo situation. We don't want to be in that Green Bay situation. We need to reload this roster and make sure that we are giving Patrick Mahomes enough, because I don't think he can overcome the burden of a bad roster anymore. As good as he is, he's still over 30 years old, and no matter how good you are at your job or what you do in life, you need help from others. And so that's where this organization has to go out now and say, all right, Buffalo, we saw what you did. You put it all on Josh Allen. Didn't work so good. We're not going to make that mistake. We tried it this year with Patrick Mahomes and whatnot. We've got to get weapons out there to support our quarterback and to be in the backfield, as I say, because of running backs, to help our quarterback out. That is a big, big, big thing for this organization. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here going, man, Patrick Mahomes isn't getting the support he needs. How much longer is Patrick Mahomes going to want to do this?
What do you do if you're Josh Allen in this situation, Mac? Are you on my side where it's like, hey, this, because we both have our opinion. I think we all three have our opinions on Bean. Like, I don't think he's that great. Somebody in the text line said they saw somewhere he's drafted 3 Pro Bowlers since drafting Josh Allen.
Yeah, the last 3 drafts in particular have been really bad. This is why when that news broke, I said, why isn't, is Brandon Bean, is that the right question to ask? Should he be next? Yeah, there's good players that he's drafted, right? Like Khalil Shakir's a good player. James Cook, the whole offensive line's pretty much drafted. Ed Oliver, A.J. Epinesa. Like, there's players. He's not drafted any game changers, any game breakers, any playmakers to that team since Josh Allen. And the swings that he's taken in free agency have been wild, huge, massive misses. One of the worst contracts in the last 5 years, Von Miller. That was a massive max NBA contract type deal to a 34-year-old edge rusher who had injuries and has not done blank since. Joey Bosa took a huge swing this year. The only good game he had was against Kansas City. The rest of the time, he has been a complete no-show. They have taken huge swings and misses. Talk about the wide receiver position.
Free agency in a nutshell, though,
it can be and it cannot be. You can be the New England Patriots, and all of their best players are free agents that they've added this year. It can absolutely happen. But Chase Claypool, Curtis Samuel, McCole Hardman, Marcos Valley, they are taking Brandon Cooks. Get a wide receiver in there for Josh Allen. They have not had one since Stephon Diggs.
Well, they drafted Keon Coleman, and obviously there's
huge
something. Well, is it though?
Oh, huge.
Is it though? Or because you're starting to read the writing on the wall, and all the stuff is now coming out in Buffalo, and I don't know, weeks ago he commented about Jacksonville going out and acquiring a wide receiver midseason, and Jacoby Myers, and what a great move that ended up being, and that was a great move by them, and really praised that move when they were getting ready to play Jacksonville in the postseason. And now looking back, everybody's going, oh, these are all subliminal shots at the general manager. You start, once the end result happens, you start to look back and go, oh, I missed all of these clues that are out here. And so Sean McDermott, talking about stuff like that. Also, a healthy scratch Keon Coleman has been, and it's
Juju attitude issues.
Yeah, but it's hard for me to understand now. Did Sean McDermott just do that to F with Bean? Because that does go on. It does go on in the NFL, whether you want to believe it or not. Ego does get in the way. I've seen it here in Kansas City in front of my eyes, and so.
You think he'd risk his job to sit at second-year rookie?
Yeah, I don't think he cares. I think
about his job.
Yeah, I think it got to that point where he's like, I'm going to do what I need to do, and if you don't like me, then we're going to move on. And you can see the writing on the wall. These coaches aren't blindsided by these moves and whatnot. And after you sit down in a meeting with your superiors and tell them everything they do sucks, do you really think you're going to keep that job? But to your point, Dusty, like if you're Josh Allen and they don't make the moves that are necessary. Yeah, I start throwing it out there right now if I'm Josh Allen and say, look, have the agent leak something to Vic Carucci, who's their number one reporter up there, leak it out there and say, look, if this team doesn't get better, Josh is going to ask for a trade.
And the reason I say it for this situation is because there isn't trouble with Andy and Brett that anybody knows of.
No.
And they've never had this sort of thing about this before. But when it's the non-football guys not listening to the football guy, that lets me know there are multiple red flags outside of just that report. That lets me know that there's relationships and conversations being held behind closed doors, behind people's backs that they shouldn't be. There's maybe secrets. There's things not working out. And then you look at the way the team performs when they're supposed to, and it doesn't work out. And then you have a guy that the report that we had just read that Sean McDermott comes in and says, hey, here's what I would think you guys could do to add to our roster. It might work out. It might not. Okay. Sounds good, Sean. We'll get with you. Yeah. We're not listening to that.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay. It kind of goes back to where I was talking about the, whatever it is, House of the Dragon or whatever that show is, where they had George R. R. Martin coming in and he's like, hey, here's what you guys should do. Here's what I think you should do. And they're like, yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for the input, but we're going to do this ourselves. And, that's the guy that wrote the story, the origin of the story, and he's coming in here to tell you, maybe here's some advice. Whether you like George R. R. Martin or not, these guys are like, yeah, thanks, man, we appreciate it. Then we'll get right with you. Yeah, not putting that into the show. And that's kind of what they did in the front office of the Bills is here comes your coach, the man that runs everything, the locker room, the personality, everything. And he says, hey, maybe if we had, this type of receiver and had this sort of safety or corner, we might be a little bit better and probably could get to the Super Bowl and maybe have a really good shot at winning it. Plus, hey, guys, that Mahomes guy's not in the league either, and the Chiefs aren't there, so we don't have to worry about that. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so what time's the tea time tomorrow? 9 a.m.?
Exactly.
It's come on, guys. And so, if I'm Josh Allen, I see that lets me know that no matter how good I am or no matter what I can possess as a talented quarterback, they're not going to fix what I have to have. And fortunately enough, another one of those Kansas City moments, you don't have to worry about that here. Mm-hmm. And that's one of those things because when front office tries to take over the field, it never works out. Look at Carolina. Look at the Jets. Look, Woody Johnson listened to his kids over Madden ratings, and how'd that work out?
It worked out well.
That's why that whole thing doesn't work out. And I just think
that's why ownership matters so much because 100%. What happened there. I guarantee you, in Buffalo, this guy Bean probably played office politics, kissed the owner's ass because, quite frankly, he had more time to do that because this guy's coaching and kept going to the owner and telling him what he thinks and telling him what he thinks. And eventually, you hear it enough. you start to believe the truth. And you're like, okay, we got to make a change here. And so I do believe that's what happened. Now, I'm not arguing about Sean McDermott. They failed miserably in the playoffs so many different times. And so, yeah, sometimes you do have to make a change. But when all the stuff starts to get peeled back a little bit, you start to realize, you're like, oh, my God, there's a lot of dysfunction up there, in Buffalo right now, or in any organization when they get rid of a head coach.
And this is Gina, a Buffalo caller. She's upset about this decision.
Mm-hmm. Most of all, Faith, I wish you well, Sean McDermott, because wherever you go, you will be a success, and I hope you win a Super Bowl. And to you, Brandon Bean, you better show up. You better show up, because the wrong man got fired, in my opinion. You better show up. All my eyes are going to be on you. You think you got in Terry Pagula's ear? You may have, but I don't have the rest of my life. I want a Super Bowl right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything that she had to say there. It. What I do like is how many people are looking at the Sean McDermott firing and go, Buffalo effed up.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that Buffalo Bills fans should be concerned with when it does come to Josh Allen. Did they F up? And everybody knew, and that's why those tears were there. Everybody knew that he was getting fired if they didn't make it to the Super Bowl this year. And they didn't make it to the Super Bowl, and your entire team is losing their minds over this. It is, and because of that, maybe Josh Allen should ask for that trade and bounce out of there, because I don't know if it can be fixed. I mean, everybody's in unison that the wrong man was fired except the owner of the franchise. And when the owner of the franchise doesn't recognize something, it's hard to overcome that. It's hard to overcome. And now you have to wonder, too, what's the message going to be for the next head coach? Because, again, as we talked about, Mike McDaniel took a job as an offensive coordinator in L.A. and did not even bother to interview with the Cleveland Browns franchise because that's a mess. Yeah, you got Josh Allen in Buffalo, but, man, if you're a head coach, you got to deal with that ownership now, and you got to deal with that Brandon Bean, and you got to know that you're just kind of a puppet in that organization. It may be a tough job to fill.
No doubt.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
So, saw this poll question on WIP Morning Show out in Philly. They said, who's better at their job, Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni? Want to take a shot at what the percentage was? I'll tell you. 66.1% said Jalen Hurts over Nick Sirianni.
That's amazing.
We have to do our job and tell you, when it comes to Kansas City, on the Fan 965's Twitter poll question on a Wednesday, the Fescoe and Dusty Twitter poll question, who's better at their job, Patrick Mahomes or Andy Reid?
Be interesting to see what people say.
11 votes are in. 54.5% say Patrick Mahomes. Coming up on the other side, it'll be Jay Binkley, who joins our show to talk all things dating life, in a tub, college football playoff, and trivia night. You better bring your A game, Binkley. We'll be right back here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
There's juice all over the place.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
And Dusty Likens.
He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, you're not moving great, right? This morning, your joints hurt, your ankles hurt, your knees hurt, your back hurt, and you're thinking, I just don't know what I'm going to do. Well, if you want real relief without surgery and without downtime, then you need to see my friends over at QC Kinetics, because they deliver regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas causing you pain. The knees, the hips, the shoulders, your back, wherever it hurts. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. So skip that 3 to 6 months of recovery, skip the pain, and skip the invasive surgery. Imagine this instead. You're moving better and stronger with game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January is supposed to be your clean slate, so let's make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone, it's QC Kinetics.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Let me tell you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com because I'm sure you've got a car that you're trying to get rid of. Well, I can tell you how to do it easily with GiveMeTheVin.com because they want to buy your car, whether it is your daily driver pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with all those dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes. That is way above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll even come to you. It's as easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Hit it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Dane and Hughes here, and it's playoff time, and there's no better place to bet the chase for the championship than Circa Sports. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January all the way to the big game. Circa Sports, with high app limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When the cold sets in across KC, AB May is the trusted name for keeping your home warm, safe, and secure. From furnace repairs to system replacements, we deliver reliable solutions and unmatched care and professionalism. Whether it's a sudden breakdown or routine maintenance, AB May is here to help. Trusted by generations of Kansas City homeowners, we're committed to doing things the right way every time. Call AB May at 913-732-9993 or visit us at abmay.com.
Call your serviceman from AB May.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law on the Missouri side. 635 southbound, slow past 9 highway with an accident. 70 eastbound, a little sluggish around 27th with construction in the right lane. Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results. Mike's got this. 816-888-7500. Mike's got this. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Chewing tobacco, football and boots. He knows Bobby Bowden, he knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Ridley. He loves Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Bigley.
I want to know how many of you out there who might have kids in the car that sing that song word for word at this point.
I was singing it the other day. It was in my head. I'm like, it's just such a good song.
Slaps.
And it's perfect.
It slaps. We asked a question on the Fan 965. Oh, I didn't know they did the Jay Binkley just solo
I didn't
shout
either.
out.
I did not know that either.
Jay Binkley. That's great. There it is again.
There it is again.
You love to see it. We asked on the Twitter world on the Fan 965 because Philadelphia asked the question, who's better at their job, Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni? Jalen Hurts won with 66% of the vote. We asked you guys, who's better at their job, Patrick Mahomes or Andy Reid? Wow. 39 votes, 76.9% say Patrick Mahomes. So I will say to you, Jay Binkley, who's better at their job, Patrick Mahomes or Andy Reid?
I would have to say what? I would have to say Mahomes. I mean, it's tough. I mean, it's just flip a coin on that one, but honestly, I'd always go with the player over the coach.
And I don't think it's a stab question. It's just an honest question. Like, Mahomes plays quarterback better than anybody else. Does Andy Reid coach better than anybody else? If so, like, what's the deciding factor?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it has to do with, at the end of the games, it's Patrick Mahomes out there, not Andy Reid. It's Patrick Mahomes delivering a pass in the Super Bowl. It's him throwing, do we have time to run the wasp? It's him throwing that play. It's him winning the MVP. It's him doing those things. So, yeah, I mean, Andy Reid, there's been some, obviously you have to have him to go with Patrick Mahomes. It's a great combination to go together. But it was Patrick Mahomes on the field doing those things, not Andy Reid.
So you said you always go with player over coach. Why?
Usually it's that skill set. I mean, the coach has to put the player in the right position, not diminishing the role of the coach at all, because it's 100% a great combination. Bob, it's like Reese's. It's like Reese's, man. You got peanut butter and chocolate. It goes together. It's the perfect combination. Mm-hmm. It's just better when they're together. But Patrick Mahomes is the guy out there, when it's minus 31 degrees against the Dolphins, making plays, taking his team down the field. It's Patrick Mahomes in the final minute taking his team back. It's Patrick Mahomes with 13 seconds left when there's not a lot of time to run play calls in from the head coach. It's Patrick Mahomes kind of improvising and doing things. It's him out there making the plays and throwing the football. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Patrick Mahomes over Andy Reid. You can have the biggest genius you want as head coach, but unless there's someone out there facilitating what he does, you can't really do it. It's kind of how I look at Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. I truly think it was more Tom Brady than Bill Belichick.
Clearly. Yeah, clearly. But also, too, if you got a great athlete out there and you have a dope on the sidelines, I mean, that's not a great combination either.
No, it's not. You need both. You
need both.
I mean, it's one of those arguments where you need both, but if you're going to be at the very end, okay, it is that said player that's a great player going out and making great plays at the end of the game that's the difference in the game. I'm not saying you don't need one or the other, or one's really that much better than the other one, but when push comes to shove and you ask the question, I would always go player.
How much of a player is Mendoza, and what do you think about that national championship game?
Man, that's crazy. And the weird thing about it is he was nailed with the kid. It was hit hard in that Cal game last year by a linebacker from Miami that's the same player that he ran over in that game on that touchdown near the goal line. And it is funny because there's just so many storylines about that team, and I think Indiana just changed the way we look at college football and got rid of all the excuses. I think if you're Missouri, if you're Kansas, you're Kansas State, and you always, the woe is us, we're going to have the money coming in. Now, granted, Indiana does have the largest alumni base in the country, but they weren't, quote, getting all that money right away. They'll start getting a lot of that money because they'll start pouring in to the school. Not saying they're broke. They were getting a lot of money from last year's success, but they didn't have that initially like some teams do. And I think that throws it all out the window. And then you see Texas Tech with their success this year. But seriously, though, if you're K-State, Missouri, and KU, you hate to see that. It's why these GMs hated to see the Royals win the World Series in 2015, because they proved you could do it in a small market. Like these other teams in Milwaukee and all these other places look at this and say, well, we can't win because we're in a small market. Well, the Royals did, and they kind of threw that excuse out the window. Well, Indiana threw that excuse out for everybody because Kurt Cignetti comes in with the losingest program in college football and turns around and wins the national title. So nobody's got any more excuses considering what that team did this year.
Jay, let's look at the draft that's coming up. Obviously, now all the college games are done. The underclassmen are going to declare. How do you see this draft shaping up? The Chiefs being in the top 10, a lot of people are interested in this one.
Yeah, you got to like it. I will say it's not the best year to be number 9. This draft is going to fail in comparison to how good the 2027 draft is. It could be the best draft in decades. More and more guys are staying, and it's really changing the draft pool. I mean, when Dante Moore made the decision, made the right decision, but said he's going back to Oregon for another year of grooming, he's passing up money. I mean, when I say right decision, I mean for his playing ability, not his financial ability. He's basically passing up $54 million guaranteed that the Jets would have paid that number 2 slot going back to Oregon. I know he's going to get paid at Oregon, but he's not going to get paid that much money that the Jets had. But that set things back. And then Justice Haynes, one of the running backs we really liked, it was at Michigan last year. He said, you know what, I'm not going to go pro. I'm going to go back to college. And he transferred to Georgia Tech. And then you had Mark Fletcher of Miami that so many people loved. And, man, this guy's draft eligible. But he's going back. And he made a press conference back in December saying, I'm going back to Miami, even though he could go. You look at 2021, there was over 130 underclassmen or special availability guys. That means you've been out of high school for at least 3 years. There was 130 of those guys in 2021. This year, a little over 62. And that's kind of the way it's been since name, image, and likeness. So Nil comes out in 2021. You had about 54% more players declaring for the draft. That's taking a hit, man. When you're down to just, 62 underclassmen going into the draft this year, that changes things. And when big-time names are going back to college, that hurts. And when the Chiefs are drafting 9th and all these players are going back to school, that hurts the draft pool. So, yeah, I'm very excited about what they're picking, but the world of college football has changed, and it's changed the NFL draft. Now you got to sit there and say, well, who's not coming back, and then make that decision to draft said player.
Yeah, you look at the top dogs, maybe Cignetti, Kirby Smart, Marcus Freeman. Who's your coach that you'd want out of those 3?
Probably Cignetti. I mean, I know it's just what he did, but the fact that he took over a place that nobody went to games, nobody respected that program, and he did what he did, doing it his way with the players that he wanted, hand-picking players to kind of fit his system. But not only that, coming from a place like James Madison where he built that team up to where it is, and they make the playoffs this year without him, even though he took a handful of players, like his running back, Kalen Black, he came from James Madison. The guy who blocked the kick the punt by Miami that became really the play of the game, the difference in that game came from James Madison. But yeah, I'd go him. I'm not saying he goes out and recruits 5 stars or whatever, but he recruits the right guy, so it's hard not to go with him.
All right, Jay, before we let you get out of here, a couple of other things to touch on. Obviously, the Chiefs have made coaching changes, wide receiver Eric Bieniemy coming back. Your thoughts on that?
Not wild about it. As we talked a couple weeks ago, it's you always want coaches that have a chance to keep growing, like chances of coaches to get to a place and then get promoted to the next level. Like you're maybe a wide receiver coach, get promoted offensive coordinator, even though that doesn't matter. The NFL's grabbing passing game coordinators and making them offensive coordinators. But you always want that guy that wants to get better and not be kind of pigeonholed to their role. I mean, I look at the offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, and naturally you'd say, well, I'm going to hire an offensive coordinator. I want him to be a head coach someday. Well, he's had those opportunities. He's been let go from the last couple of places. It might work for Kansas City, but it's not the direction I go. I want that guy who wants to get promoted and go to the next level. The wide receiver coach, he's in his 50s. And he's had an opportunity as offensive coordinator. He went back to wide receiver coach, which probably is where he belongs. And I'm sure he's going to be fine with the Chiefs. But I always want that guy that wants to be promoted to the next level to be head coach. And just like I told you at Hayden Fry at Iowa, with Barry Alvarez and Bob Stoops and Bill Snyder, he hired guys to be on that coaching staff that he could see as being head coaches at the next level or in the same level, and they all did. And they all went somewhere and turned programs around. He had a knack for hiring the right guy. I'm not just a huge fan of status quo. I always want that young, up-and-coming guy who wants to go to the next level. Their way seems to work, and it's hard to argue with the way that it's worked for them. But certainly I would always get a guy that you can say, all right, this guy's going to be a head coach at the next level. But you got guys that are pigeonholed in. I think Bieniemy's pigeonholed into what he's always going to be. And I think O'Shea's pigeonholed into what he's always going to be and maybe not aspire to do anything else. And it's not the direction I'd go.
Binkley, we appreciate it. You're our
Hang on, we got the
Intertub.
Yeah,
you're our Intertub insider. I saw that there was a car that went through the window or the wall to the sweat drops. Something happened like that?
That place has been there since like the 50s, man. I mean, it's like a 70-year-old place. How could someone do that?
Well, a 70-year-old drove through the window.
What's next, man?
I hope not Waffle House. You've lost Hardee's, Intertub, and hopefully they can keep Waffle. You got to protect Waffle House with everything you got, Binkley.
Yeah, luckily there's a bunch of them, so that helps. But yeah, these are icons.
All right, man. Well, we'll
These
talk.
are fine dining establishments.
Get over to Intertub and give us a live report in the 7 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
might have to.
And Binkley, we will we'll anticipate the mock draft and see where it goes from here. And we appreciate the time. We'll talk next Wednesday, brother.
All right, guys, take care.
That's Jay Binkley. He said something there I want to get back to on the other side. Plus, we'll get into another sort of Mahomes, Buffalo sort of off-season stuff that continues to happen here in the world of the NFL. We're not even done with the season yet. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack with every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll get a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts mean more ways to level up your playoff bets. We are just a couple of weeks away from the NFL season completely winding down, and we're going to find out who plays in the big game. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, and build a parlay that fits this championship moment. Then apply those profit boosts and go for an even bigger payout to keep the playoffs fun rolling along. We are just a couple of weeks away from the NFL season completely winding down, and we're going to find out who plays in the big game. Visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack for every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. Must be 21 and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issue is non-withdrawable profit boot token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLE.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Music this hour is brought to you by State Water Heater and Reeves Weideman. Need a water heater? State Water Heaters has the solution. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 scale prevention delivers efficient, on-demand hot water with no annual maintenance and may qualify for money-saving utility rebates. Ask your plumber for State at Reeves Weideman. Visit rwco.com or statewaterheaters.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side 70 eastbound heavy past 18th Street Expressway over towards the split with 670. Missouri side pretty slow 70 eastbound past 23rd Street getting into a construction zone with just the left lane getting by. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Hey Royals fans, it's Vern and the Hot Stove Show is back Thursday night starting at 6 o'clock right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
That's right, you search Vern, the Hot Stove, Episode 2. Coming to your airwaves on 96.5 The Fan tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, Vern's Hot Stove Show. Don't forget, all of us for the Chiefs off-season show. Tuesday, February 10th, will be Bob, myself, Cody, Alex, and C-Dot all in studio from 9 until 11. We're going to work overtime. That's fine. So I have a question. Who produces that? Do you go till 10 and then Drew's got the...
I'll see you guys at 10. Yeah, you later.
Talk to you later.
Go. Yeah, absolutely. Peace out, bro.
Have a
like,
good
seriously.
day.
You're done at 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Drew, this is now your
Sorry,
show.
man. Like, this is where it goes, you know?
Yep.
He's not giving any money back, and you're not getting any money, so...
Guys, I got to get out of here. Sounds good.
Take care.
Sounds like you guys have an extra hour.
Talk to you later.
So February 10th, it'll be the Chiefs off-season show. Again, it's Bob, myself, Cody, Alex, and C-Dot all in studio. I guess Rob just gets the day.
Get bent.
Yeah, must be nice. He's a pal guy. He'd have said the same thing Baker Mayfield said.
He's one of the few who can pull it off in kind of a nice, endearing way.
Yeah.
Where it's not like, oh, yeah, pal.
Yeah, it's always pal or, what's up, bud?
What's up, bud?
What's going on, pal?
Yeah, he pulls those off. You know, it's hard to pull those off in a nice way without being like... Screw you, dude.
Yeah, it's very condescending.
Yeah.
And it really is. When you pal somebody, you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, pal, how you doing?
It's talking down to them. Yep, you're doing it on purpose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Baker Mayfield didn't slip in the pal because Orlando Ledbetter's his friend, and then, whatever. So he takes a shot at the reporter, takes a shot at the coach, all in one tweet, which sets up the NFL. And Dusty's walking out the room, and he goes, something about the NFL offseason. I go, this is better than games. It really is. I mean, there's so much more drama, and there's so much more to talk about, and there's so much more going on than on week 7 of the NFL season. That's why I really resent when people go, well, the Chiefs are done. What are you going to talk about? How about you stick it in your ass, okay? There's plenty to talk about. And in fact, there's actually more to talk about when the games aren't going on than when the games are going on, because this is our As the World Turns, our soap opera, our drama, what has gone on. Dusty goes, this is shaping up to be a great NFL offseason. I'm like, it already has been. And then we're not even into the offseason yet.
It's been incredible.
10 coaches fired, guys passing up head coaching jobs for offensive coordinator jobs, big name coaches getting fired and leaving, big name coaches changing organizations. Like, this has been, I got to be honest with you guys, I don't know that I've seen a wilder NFL offseason, and it's still January.
It's crazy.
I mean, we have presidents advocating for head coaching jobs in 2026. We do. I mean, can't think of...
Hello, America.
So who are your references? I have my brother, my father, and the chief of staff.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, that's great. Who did he recommend for a coach?
Harbaugh.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean,
It's
obviously.
today.
I mean, and his opening press conference was great. People in Baltimore are pissed. He didn't thank the fans enough.
Oh. Well, we will definitely get into that because to me, there's a giant red flag already in New York. That is developing again with non-football guys trying to be.
They're making it this thing, right? Like, I mean, you're making it this way, and then Harbaugh goes in and talked to Andy Reid, and he set the whole thing up like the Chiefs, and that's a good thing. The GM coach relationship stuff that people get so bent out and I mean, it's crazy. Like
you will report to me.
No,
I will not report to you, and I'm going to keep it that way. Well, that's not how we do things here. No, that's how you used to do things.
Right. I'm John Harbaugh. You're Joe Shane. Step aside.
We introduced him to the next head coach.
Oh my
of the
God.
Giants is.
I mean that's what I'm telling you, man. That's the he got to go, but you know,
he got to show.
But I think also too. Let's factor it in for a second. Let's slow it down for a minute and just look at what it is. You're already paying a head coach to go away and his entire staff to go away, and you're paying a new head coach and a new staff to come in. So you're like, we're a little tight in the budget this year. We'll fire this. But the Giants don't have bad talent. That's the difference between Buffalo. The Giants actually have some legitimate talent on their roster right now. Great defensive line, good weapons on offense. They've got their quarterback. They were just missing the head coach. And so, we'll see, ultimately how that ends up. But don't let anybody convince you John Harbaugh is not in charge in New York. And if you put anybody else in charge, you have John Harbaugh or Andy Reid, you're a fool.
I feel like this topic can get Mini Bink fired up. Because everybody, you blame Mahomes, but where was Mahomes this year?
Yeah, that's the article, and that's the topic this year of why people are getting fired, why teams are not winning and whatnot. And Mike Silver of the Athletic New York Times did an unbelievable story about what's his name getting fired up in Buffalo, and it all comes back, and Harbaugh as well getting fired, and it all comes back to the blame it on Mahomes.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is this is Patrick Mahomes' fault. In a year where he had a down year, the regulars at the party, the regulars at the bar, they didn't show up either. It's like they missed the invite as well. And you had 1 year, a blip on the radar, let's hope, where Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs just were not factors this year. You had Lamar Jackson, MVP, Josh Allen, MVP, Joe Burrow injured. All of those guys had this opportunity, and nobody has taken advantage of that opportunity of those old guard. And so now we're looking around the room, and everybody's going, well, I could keep you on. You're losing to Patrick Mahomes. I mean, my God, this guy just does these unbelievable things.
Yeah.
He's just going out there. He's beating everybody. We're kind of snake bitten. It's all about Patrick Mahomes. I'll give you the pass. 6-11, no Patrick Mahomes, and we're still getting eliminated before championship weekend. We're not making the playoffs, and Patrick Mahomes isn't involved. Now that gives me the opportunity to open the door and say, you're gone. I can make that house cleaning move that I've wanted to make, but I haven't been able to because it's hard to fire somebody when Patrick Mahomes is just making plays that you can't do anything about 13 seconds. You can't do anything about this or the other thing. Patrick just went out there and made plays. That excuse was gone this year, and Baltimore and Buffalo still did not take advantage of no Patrick Mahomes and still fell way short of their goals. And that gave those guys the opportunity to move on from their head coach. So in a nutshell, this whole NFL is dictated by the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. I guarantee you Harbaugh and McDermott are probably still employed if they got beat by Patrick Mahomes in the postseason
100%.
this year.
He's so good that he's literally keeping people employed because, it's Patrick Mahomes. We can't really beat him, right? I mean, we can't really fire someone for having the best player maybe of all time beat us. Oh, okay. Well, it's 93 and 94 now, right? You had Akeem Olajuwon and you missed it.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're gone. Those were your 2 years. He's not here. It is just so crazy that GMs, coaches, owners are recognizing the magnitude that Patrick Mahomes brings. It's funny that the national media sometimes doesn't recognize that.
Somebody says, for Biscotti and Pagula, that's especially infuriating. It's one thing to have your dreams crushed by Mahomes or Tom Brady, but seeing Drake May, Jarrett Stidham, or Sam Darnold atop the podium with confetti falling down would provoke another level of eerie and exasperation.
If you're the Bills or the Ravens, you're looking around at this Final Four. Now obviously the Ravens didn't make it in, and they had a rough year, altogether, and that was the perfect move to move on from Harbaugh, right? And change can be good, as Andy Reid told them in 4 words yesterday. But so he didn't. It was done in Baltimore. But it's all new in New York now. That's the same thing with Sean McDermott. If he gets like the Pittsburgh job or wherever he ends up next, it's all new. It's an all new message. They don't have any of that stank on them when they go to these places. And I'll tell you what, Harbaugh is going to get a hero's welcome. And I have not seen New York City react like this. They're acting like, they're acting like a Green Bay getting a big-time coach, like they're having that small-town vibe going on in New York right now where everybody's rallying around Harbaugh. He's going to get that pass. He's going to be embraced. He's going to be loved up. And Sean McDermott's going to be loved up and embraced wherever he goes next. It was just time for both of those organizations to move on. But don't credit yourself, Patrick, quite yet. Get somebody else fired first. Let's see who the next guy, Patrick Mahomes, can get fired is, right?
Because, like you mentioned, if you're Bisciotti and Bill's owner, you're sitting here going, Bo Nix, let's say he's healthy, Drake May, Sam Darnold, and then, yeah, sure, Stafford. But really?
Yeah.
That's it. Those are the guys who made it. I'm paying $200+ million to my guys, and we're not in. We're not represented with no Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Unacceptable.
But what did all those other organizations do when you think about it, guys? They propped up their quarterback, right? Like Sam Darnold's been propped up by the best wide receiver in the NFL. Obviously, LA's got a lot of weapons, and that's an outlier. You look at, New England. You mentioned all the free agents that they signed and weapons that they got to prop up Drake May. And then who's the fourth team that I'm forgetting right now?
Bo Nix and
Bo Nix
and that defense line.
And they propped the quarterback up by just establishing a defense and having a quarterback out there that's not going to step on himself like C.J. Stroud did too. I mean,
yes.
Bo Nix has arrived, guys. I told you 2 years ago I liked him. I really like him now. He outdueled Josh Allen in that playoff game.
He played better than anyone last weekend.
Yeah.
He was the best quarterback last weekend.
Yeah, he was. There's no question about that.
And it's not a high bar. It's not like he was amazing, but like you said, didn't make mistakes. He put his team in a situation to win.
And sometimes the best job of a quarterback is to not F it up.
And he shook hands on a broken ankle.
Dude, crazy.
Yeah.
Second to last play of the game. Ugh.
But what also makes it bizarre for Buffalo, too, is like you look at it since 2020, Buffalo's had more wins than anybody in the NFL. They've had the most points in the NFL. They've given up the fewest amount of points, and they have the best point differential by 400. And they never made the Super Bowl. They never won the Super Bowl. Now Patrick Mahomes is out of the way. Like, every excuse is out of the way. Go do it. And they didn't. So I understand why they fired Sean McDermott, but I think we're going to find out by this time next year. I don't know that Brandon Beane's going to be employed either, because they're going to realize the talent level is not quite where it needs to be for Buffalo to be a contender. It's no more you just need the quarterback. You now need to support that quarterback in a big way because defenses are so damn good right now in the NFL.
Maybe a blessing in disguise for McDermott, or maybe one JA-17 to get have this sort of thing happen and then realize, oh, it wasn't our head coach, it was our general manager. But we'll see what McDermott does moving forward. We'll get back to our poll question. Plus, owners are pushing for a cap in baseball. Agree or disagree, but something needs to get figured out before we shut this whole thing down in 2027 here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending do an amazing job. We've been customers with Golden Oak Lending for about 11 years now, and it's turned into a family-like relationship. We know all the folks at Golden Oak Lending. Tom will call Jen all the time and go, hey, we got a great low rate. Let's check it out. Let's see what we can do. Or sometimes they call and they go, hey, we were looking at your mortgage. You're in a really good spot right now. Either way, Golden Oak Lending is always there for us, always looking out for our best interests, and they'll do that for you as well. But you've got to take that free mortgage checkup to get going, right? You take that free mortgage checkup, and they'll tell you what they've got in store for you. There's no paperwork to fill out or credit card required. It's just a phone conversation where you talk to the folks at Golden Oak Lending about where you are and where you want to go with your financial goals. They'll get to work to see if there's a mortgage out there that's better than the one that you're in right now. If there is, fantastic. If there's not, they'll tell you to hang on. Another 6 months, we'll check again. And right now, the average cash-out customer saves $1,104 per month, and then you'll go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment. That sounds awesome to me. So call today and get that free mortgage checkup started. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. And let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Guys, ladies, you made your New Year's resolution to get back in shape. What happens next? You want to see those results over at Synergen X and Low T Center. And for a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. So say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and find out what Synergen X and Low T Center can do to change your life. If you've been suffering from the symptoms of low testosterone, such as constant tiredness, lack of focus, or just feeling off, Synergen X and Low T Center can help you meet with a real provider, not a chat bot on a website, and get real pricing. not a surprise when the bill comes from a website. So get your real results because Synergen X and Low T Center can provide those for you. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives, and you can do the same. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com. That's getmyhealthfix.com, and you'll be happy that you've finally taken the steps to begin changing your life.
At Casey's, when someone asked for a cup of coffee that wouldn't put them in debt, but still had freshly ground beans, rich flavor, and a price that starts with a 9 and ends with a D9 cents, we were too nice to say no. Now get a small coffee, just 99 cents. Limited time only. See store for details.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Ready for action, hockey fans? Dusty Likens here. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the faceoffs, and those breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode as well. We have lots in store between now and when the new champions are crowned. So log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older only. Missouri only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side 35 northbound heavy from Antioch up to Lamar with an accident reporting. Missouri side 70 eastbound heavy at 18th Street stays very slow to 27th, getting into a construction zone where you're down to one lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Beltran at the plate with the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Damaso Marte brings it home. High drive, left center and deep. Back goes Lee to the wall. Gone! The Royals win it!
Congratulations, Sir Carlos Beltran, newest member of the Baseball Hall of Fame. Cooperstown awaits his arrival with a jacket, as well as Andrew Jones and Jeff Kent. You think Jeff Kent's like statue face will have those like tinted orange glasses?
You've never heard of Jeff Kent?
That makes sense. I mean, it's fine.
I do this all the time to guys that I've heard of. Yes, I know Jeff Kent.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, but
yes.
like, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Aaron
the guy
Rodgers, never heard of him.
Who?
Peyton Manning?
Never heard of him.
I saw a list that kind of pissed me off on Twitter. It was like the top 25 athletes since 2000. They had Shaquille O'Neal on there.
Pre-2000?
2000 to now, last 25 years. Top athletes.
Ooh, that's a tough discussion.
Yeah. If we were doing pre-2000, I would definitely put him on the list. But afterwards, I mean, he
was
old.
extremely dominant.
You want to guess who was number one?
I was
LeBron James.
LeBron.
Not even close.
Michael Phelps. Not even close.
Not even close. No. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. Michael Phelps.
Leo Messi.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. That's fine.
Yeah. Tiger Woods, number 3.
Okay, bring this list up later. Yeah, no, I've got questions on this.
Because it involves, all sports. It's not just the 4 major sports and whatnot. So that's how they do it. And, you put Messi in there. And who's going to argue with that? Because nobody really knows what Messi does. They really don't. We've heard he's really good and whatnot. I watch him. I wear my scarf and I watch soccer and I watch a lot of Messi. Okay, great. For most of us, we're told he's really good.
You want the top 10?
Yeah. I don't want to divert too much from you guys.
Messi, number 1. Tiger Woods, number 2. Tom Brady, number 3. Michael Phelps, number 4. LeBron James, number 5.
Okay.
Serena, number 6. Simone Biles, number 7. Bolt, number 8. Ronaldo, number 9. Roger Federer, number 10. Mahomes was 14th on the list. Only behind Kobe Bryant, Steph Curry, Novak Djokovic, and then it goes to the top 10.
I feel like that's like every year we put out the list and we list these randos in there. And you're like, all right, fine. But who was the last guy? Roger Federer?
He's the 10th at the top 10.
Okay. Is he a better athlete than Patrick Mahomes? I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know.
I would say yes.
He's damn good. One of the best tennis players, if not the best of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the way, tennis in general, either way, completely different sports. But yeah, it's just kind of just one of those lists that come out in the slowest parts of the season where you're like,
that should wait
Shohei Ohtani's number 24.
That's the other thing. There's no slow points in sports. Everybody thinks, it's so slow. Okay, January is
July?
NFL playoff. Not this year with the World Cup, and the start of training camps in July too.
That's kind of an anomaly. Yeah,
but it's just I guess you
Winter
can go,
Olympics in 3 weeks, by the way, boys.
Yeah, and that's we've got the Winter Olympics, we've got the World Cup, we've got the NBA fixing its schedule in the finals to not go over the World Cup, which is great. So there's so much going on. The games kind of just get in the way of all the drama that's taking place right now, right? The drama that's being discussed in the NFL is second to none. And, not to share too much, but Mac was texting a friend of his that's at boot camp, and he's like, "You're not missing the games, bro. You're missing all the off-field stuff."
Exactly.
Yeah.
The drama is what you're missing, dude. It's insane.
Yeah. Who was it that said we got drama? Was it TNT? We got drama.
Mm-hmm.
People like drama. People
we
like
got
the
drama.
gossip.
Yes, we do. We got drama. How about you, NFL?
Yeah, the NFL's like, here we are. What do you want? And the NBA's like, damn.
People in the NFL go, wait a minute. It's championship weekend. I don't care.
Yeah, we got 10 coach openings or 7 coach openings now. There may be more to come. With this rate, who knows? What's going on. You've got guys taking jobs all over the place. It's like and they're big names. They're not like Arthur Smith. Who gives a rip where he goes, right? These are big name coaches that matter.
Quarterbacks calling out new coaches. Got
not
beefs.
Nepo guys like Arthur Smith.
Yeah, we're at January 21st. We still have 2 championship games to be played, a week of Radio Row, a Super Bowl, and then it really gets started. It's really getting started with owner frustration to the point of boiling. Owner frustration reached a boiling point when Tucker agreed to a 4-year, $240 million deal to join the Dodgers, the 2-time defending world champions who already had the highest payroll in the sport. But what came in the wake of the Tucker news, a 3-year, $126 million deal between the New York Mets and Bo Bichette, also raised dander, the source says, adding that the Dodgers and Mets might be the only teams that will try to stand in the way of a salary cap. MLB declined comment Tuesday. League Commissioner Rob Manfred's position has long been that no decision has been formally made. A cap proposal has seemed likely for more than a year now, but many in the industry expected a Tucker signing would galvanize owners. 2 other ownership sources took a softer approach, positioning that Tucker deal as validation of their long-standing positions that revenue and payroll disparity in baseball needs to change.
Yeah, and nobody's arguing that right now, but the problem is you don't have all the owners on the same page, and that's the first and foremost of it is you've got these guys all in the sandbox together playing and trying to do the same thing, but yet this guy's got a bigger toy, that guy's got a bigger toy, but those are the rules of baseball right now, right? That's the way that this game is set up, and so I'm not mad at the Dodgers or the Mets or any of these teams that are going out and spending money. They're allowed to do that. That would be like me going over to, I don't know, let's just say Mission Hills right now, knocking on doors and saying, stop buying your kids nice clothes and nice cars. It's not fair to everybody else. That's not the way that the world works in the rules that we have today. And until baseball changes those rules, I'm not going to be mad at anybody. But the problem is it's not about a salary cap. That is the lowest of low-hanging fruit that is out there when all of this conversation starts to happen. It's a buzzword. It gets people excited. Oh, we need a salary cap in baseball. We don't need a salary cap in baseball.
Tax.
Yeah, right, exactly. we don't need a salary cap in baseball at all. We need a salary floor in baseball. And if you were to tell me that I could only get one or the other, 100% would say a salary floor is what's needed in this game, because there are too many organizations that are just going through the motions, taking the free money from the central fund and not putting a proper product on the field. And you can look all around baseball and see the Royals haven't spent a dime this offseason, right? Where are they? Where's their offseason action right now? Because this is not a team that should be complete to go into the season. They still don't have outfielders. And so you've got all of these teams, the Miamis, the Pittsburghs, all of these smaller teams that just don't spend the money that is needed to be competitive. But we want to punish the teams that are playing within the rules. I think it is more of a detriment to the game to have owners out there not spending money than to have the owners that are spending money. And if you don't like that the other owners are spending money, then step up your effing game or sell the team or talk about a salary floor. But that's one thing that the owners, you don't hear that from the owner side of things. They don't talk about a salary floor. Oh, we got to put a salary cap in place. Salary cap, salary cap. No, we need to put a salary floor in place so you losers are out there spending the proper money to put a good product on your field. And if the product is good, the fans will come and everybody will be excited about it, and it raises the level of everybody. And a salary floor actually raises the salaries, whereas a salary cap pushes all the salaries down. So why not put a salary floor in place, raise that up, make sure everybody's competitive at that level, and let's see what we can do by doing it that way. Because if you force these other teams to spend, more players will make money. So before we start talking about a salary cap, we need a salary floor. The NFL has a salary floor. The only team that never meet it is the Raiders, and they get fined every year.
Yeah, I think that baseball would do a lot better if they had like the NBA salary cap sort of situation. I don't know if there's a floor in the NBA, but I know that there's a cap, and it's kind of a ridiculous one, right?
Yeah.
Like you can have 3 max contracts, I think, or something.
That's what baseball essentially has.
Yeah, but I mean, like the thing that I always get frustrated with is when you talk about buzzwords in baseball and you hear like, well, we're just middle of the market or we're bottom tier market and we can't afford these players. Okay, well, like we were talking earlier this week, how I was like, I just don't understand NASCAR because nobody ever says anything to me about it. They just say you wouldn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
And when I hear people say, well, they're just a small market team, they do what they can, show me your books.
Yeah.
Show me where, and I know that will never happen. I can wish for it. I can hope for it. Wish it, want it, do it. They're never going to do it.
The only books you see are the Braves because they're a publicly traded company.
And that's the one concern that I have is that obviously, when you hear these words and it's like, well, we're a small market team, that's been burned into my head since I was a 5-year-old kid asking, why are we not the Yankees? Well, we don't have the money the Yankees have. That is a very true statement. You don't have the money the Yankees have, but you have more money than what these people that are owning these teams say that you have.
That's exactly
And the
right.
only reason you don't know that is because they don't prove it to you.
Right.
And that's not the same thing, people, as somebody saying, oh, he's got a really good job. What do you make? That's none of your damn business. Now, if my wife says to me, if I'm married and says, hey, I really want to get this, and I say, well, I don't really know if we can afford that. That's not really our class system. She'd be like, well, show me your bank statement.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be like, okay. She'd be like, well, how come there's over $100, thrown into BetMGM over the last month? I thought, if we can afford that, we can afford this. And it's like, that's where that conversation starts, right? And sometimes that causes controversy because it's like, well, now we're picking, apples and oranges. Whereas like the NFL or the MLB owners are like, well, we're Pittsburgh, we're Kansas City,
right, and
we're
we've
Arizona.
allowed these people to stay on that sword forever. It's time to hold the small market teams accountable and stop punishing the teams that are going out there and trying. The problem with baseball is you have a majority of these teams that just aren't trying.
Right. I would just love to see the logistics of the books because, I go to Kauffman Stadium quite a bit. I probably out of 81 home games, 82 home games a year, 81, out of those 81 games, I'm probably at 35 to 40. That's straight up real facts. And I just love it. And I look around, I'm like, these people say that there's nobody here, but you're just taking that one caller's opinion. I sat in a seat and looked around and said, there's 21,000 people here.
Mm-hmm.
That's something. That's money.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Dodger money. It's not Yankee money. It's not New York money. It never will be. But the thing is that there is money to be spent. And when they tell you that, hey, we don't have the money to afford this player, yes, you do. And if you tell me no and just say, well, you don't understand how the market works, then show me how it works. Let me see the numbers. Let me see what you're making on concessions. Let me see what you're making on tickets sold. Let me see what you're making on $45 to park my vehicle every single game that I go to. Let me see all those numbers and then tell myself, okay, well, if we can do deferred money because the Dodgers aren't just, excluded in this because, oh, you're the Dodgers, you get deferred money. Why can't we do that?
Yeah.
Why can't you see your team get better? Because when you fill your team up late in the season, that money that you normally don't see, you're now seeing, and it's like a bonus. If you don't normally get that bonus, and all of a sudden you get that bonus, that money goes where? It goes to savings. It goes to maybe something that you hadn't been able to do in the past, like a trip, or maybe it's a better Christmas. But it's like, we know that you're spending more because we saw the books that you got. We can't tell if you're, dirt poor because we don't know. We're just going on your word. And one thing we know about super rich people, their word is blank.
Their word is nothing. Yeah, absolutely. The rich people's word means nothing. I can tell you that. And I'll be honest with you, is one of these things that I'm looking at right now is that the owners are saying salary cap. They want a salary cap because that forbids people from spending money. They're not saying salary floor because that's going to cost most of them money, and they're going to have to raise their level. So you have to read through the lines about this. The buzzword has always been salary cap. Nobody talks about the salary floor in the NFL.
Or small market.
Or small market, right? People are like, oh, the NFL works because they've got a salary cap. No, the NFL works because they have a cap and a floor, and you're forced to spend money, and you're forced to be a good team, and you're forced to put a good product out there. And if you don't, well, then the NFL has ways to fix it, and they bring John Harbaugh in and change your organization around, or whatever the case may be. Like, so you have to have a salary floor. The problem is not the teams that are spending the money; it's the teams that aren't spending the money, and that really is ultimately where the problem lies. We're trying to penalize teams for living within their means. Meanwhile, we've got teams that aren't living within their means because they're not spending any money. They're not doing what it takes to put a winning product out there on the field. Those are the owners that need to be chastised, not the Dodgers, not the Mets, not the owners that are trying. It's the owners that are sitting by, collecting checks, and doing nothing to make their product better, all while becoming richer on the backs of the average American going to the games.
No doubt. 7:30, Mac, take it away, brother.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No.
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of three, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin. Let's start with baseball. Beltran, Andrew Jones voted into the Hall of Fame. They will join the aforementioned Jeff Kent, who was voted in this summer. One word.
Cool. I wasn't sure about Beltran, but after we got off the air, I started to look more and more about it. I'm like, yeah, he should be in the Hall of Fame. And it's cool because I remember when he was a young kid here in Kansas City and had the opportunity to be around Carlos Beltran every day. He's one of those players that I always knew was a great athlete, and I remember doing post-game shows and people would criticize Carlos Beltran not showing effort. He always showed effort. He was so graceful. He was so awesome. He was wonderful as a human being and as a player. I loved Carlos Beltran here in Kansas City, so I'm glad for him. I'm glad for him to get into that Hall of Fame, and they didn't hold the cheating, if you will, against him. Why is that cheating not held against him, but steroid cheating is held against guys, too? I don't understand that.
Yeah, no clue. Congrats, Beltran, special player in my life. That's kind of when baseball really started to get statistical for me, right? That's like prime Stratomatic baseball time for me. When I was like a young kid and went to a game, Beltran gave me like an armband that he used.
That's cool.
It was sweaty and blue and had the number 15.
You still have it?
I don't know. It was in a box in my dad's garage, and they just cleaned the garage out. And I feel like if he found it, he'd have sent it to me. And I didn't get a picture, so unless he's put it on Marketplace and sold it for $100. Hall of Fame wristband, going for sale. But no, congrats is the one word to Carlos Beltran.
All right, let's reel through a few of these. One word on this Baker Mayfield tweet, beef. Reporter Orlando Ledbetter said, Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield, Deshaun Watson failed. That started a chain reaction to 11 other starters. Baker Mayfield said, failed's quite the reach, pal. Still waiting on a text call from him after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach. Obviously referring to new Atlanta Falcons coach Kevin Stefanski. They will face each other twice a year in that NFC South.
Needed. And it's good for the league to have this kind of rivalry, right? You take a division that nobody cares about And now, all of a sudden, you do care about Atlanta-Tampa Bay. You ain't watching that game. Nobody's watching Atlanta-Tampa Bay. Oh, we got beef going on. I'm going to tune in. This gets a little spicy with Baker Mayfield. Yeah, to say they failed at quarterback in Cleveland is the right statement, but Baker Mayfield wasn't a fail. They failed on recognizing that they had a really good quarterback and a good leader and that somebody wanted. They got rid of a guy that everybody loved for a creep in Deshaun Watson. Think about that.
Watson, yeah!
What's that contract got left on it? 2 years?
It just never ends. It just keeps renewing, or I feel like it never ends.
Yeah, Baker, proud. You have that clout because it didn't work in Cleveland, it didn't work in Carolina, and then it went to Tampa Bay and it worked. So good for you. And by the way, that sets up a rivalry in the NFL and adds to our off. We should just start keeping notes starting from the offseason all the way until we get to the very first game of the season in the NFL of everything that's happened. We're already a page deep, and this is one of those nuggets on that page.
Yeah, we'll also have Robert Saleh and Liam Cohen's beef in the AFC South. They squared off this year when they faced each other.
Why do they hate each other?
They've worked together, and since then there have been comments about each other that they just don't really respect each other, basically.
Cool.
So,
I love it.
So there we go.
Defensive guru, offensive nerd.
Yep. It'll be
guy's
great.
kind of small, other guy's big.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniels might be perfect for the LA Chargers, joining our guy.
Locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
Along with Justin Sherbert. One word on McDaniels.
Browns is the word that I'm going to use there. This is a major red flag for the Cleveland Browns. A man didn't even interview for your head coaching job to take the offensive coordinator job for the Los Angeles Chargers of San Diego. That should be a red flag for Cleveland. As a Chiefs fan, I effing hate that hire because that's the hire that we wanted. Something different, outside the box. Jim Harbaugh legitimately did something that I think a good portion of Chiefs fans were begging for. Maybe not Mike McDaniel, but something different, something outside the box, not Eric Bieniemy. I love the fact that the Chargers did that.
That was Madonna like a prayer for Mike McDaniel to come here and be honest. My one word, though, in real honesty, is excuseless. This is it, Bowie. This is it, Herbs. This is a guy that can change your game, that can get your offense going. You have Amari and Hampton. You have Gatson as your tight end. You've got Quentin Johnson as your wide receiver and Justin Herbert as your quarterback. With this offensive guy, excuseless is my one word for the Chargers.
Agreed. Yeah, it's time. That O-line stays healthy. You got to do it. Joe Shane, John Harbaugh making news over in New York as far as their relationship's concerned, as far as how this contract was written up. Harbaugh wanted to say, hey, listen, I don't report to him. I report to the Maras. I report to the owners. That's the way this is going to work. This was Joe Shane talking about that.
And I'm not worried about that. Everywhere I've been in the league for 26 years. So everywhere I've been, the head coach and general manager work together. That's the only way it's going to work. And get on the same page, go through the process. Again, we've done it everywhere I've been. So I'm not worried about it. Like you said, that's just something on a piece of paper. It doesn't matter. We need to work together, and we're going to come to the final conclusion. And it's always going to be about what's best for the New York Giants. So I have no problem with that, and I'm looking forward to working with him. Joe,
yeah, correct. It's the right way to do business, and that's what the Chiefs did when Andy Reid came in. Because when Carl Peterson was here, and then Scott Pioli afterwards, everybody in the organization reported to either Carl or Scott Pioli. They weren't going to the owner, and then that guy would go right to the owner. So, are you really thinking you're getting the full story? If you got one guy that's allowed to speak to ownership and it's the general manager, why aren't things working? Well, our coach stinks. Okay, we'll fire him then. That's the only voice that you hear. I like this setup. It's what Andy Reid did when he came in here, and what Clark did when he took over, or not took over, but hired Andy Reid. He goes, I'm going to have the GM and the president and the head coach all report to me. It's not going to be just one voice reporting to the owner, because eventually you just get that one side of the story. This is the right setup. It is the right way to do things.
Yeah, I think it's troublesome between the two guys. Joe's got to check his ego and realize what they brought in to change their franchise. It is John Harbaugh. Seems a little worrisome would also be a word for me, because this is like if a new marriage happens and then after you get married, the wife or the husband's like, so by the way, I'm super religious and I like to go to church every Sunday. And the husband's like, wow, where was this before we decided to do this? If he's not that way or she's not that way. And then now this is kind of gives me the same sort of feel where it's like, no, you report to me and then I'll report to him, and then it's like.
But why does anybody have a problem with that, with the way that the Chiefs are set up? They literally said, we're going to do what Kansas City did and set up our organization that way. Nobody complaining about that here.
Not until recently, no. You're right. It's worked out pretty well.
I think that's the way to do it. I don't need the head coach to be the only guy that talks to the owner or the GM be the only guy that talks to the owner. You need to have everybody involved because if everybody's involved, it's better that way. It's collaborative, too.
Well, not everyone's involved, it seems, in Buffalo. Brandon Beane is the king over there. This was Gina on WGR 550, an Odyssey sister station over there in Buffalo. Not happy about the decision.
Most of all, Faith, I wish you well, Sean McDermott, because wherever you go, you will be a success, and I hope you win a Super Bowl. And to you, Brandon Beane, you better show up. You better show up, because the wrong man got fired, in my opinion. You better show up. All my eyes are going to be on you. You think you got in Terry Pagula's ear? You may have, but I don't have the rest of my life. I want a Super Bowl right now.
And that's why you need a collaborative effort right there, because that owner just allowed the general manager to feed him a bunch of nonsense. And the coach is like, well, wait a second here. This isn't what, but you've already got your head filled.
It's over.
It's done.
Brandon Beane.
That's my favorite drop right now. And if Buffalo isn't playing the hell out of that.
Brandon Beane.
I mean, it is just so good. But that's the problem in Buffalo. Sean McDermott is reporting to this GM, and by the time he had an opportunity to give his side of the story to the owner was already bought into the general manager and promoted him to president of the organization.
My one word is I love it. I love it so much. Love would be the one word. Coming up next, I'll give you the timeline of what you've got to do to have your coach prove to you that it's working here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Brandon Beane.
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at State Water Heaters are doing the right thing, because I don't know if you guys are like me. You get up in the morning and it just never warms up in that shower. It takes forever for that hot water to get going. And then when you have 3 girls living with you all the time, you're like, there's no hot water left. And I need a break from all of that. And I'm sure you do as well, because hot water has become a commodity in my house, and I'm sure it's become a commodity in yours. If you need to upgrade or replace your water heater, then State Water Heaters has just the answer for you. A new high-efficiency Adapt gas tankless water heater with X3 scale prevention technology from State can provide plenty of hot water as well as great energy savings for your family. And our Adapt models with X3 provide years of trouble-free hot water without the worry of annual maintenance that is required from other tankless models. These water heaters may also qualify for rebates from your local utility company. So don't miss out on the chance to put real money back into your pocket. Act now and visit your local Reeves Weideman store either in person or online at rwco.com, or just tell your plumber to stop by Reeves Weideman and pick yourself up a State Water Heaters. You can visit more and check out more about State Water Heaters at statewaterheaters.com. It's State Water Heaters.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com, because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you inside the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take a shot on the upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. It's championship weekend, it's January, the weather is cold. I expect low-scoring games, which means keep your eye on the unders. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 in President, Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call Heartland Men's Health today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at Heartland Men's Health will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. That's heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices: Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side, 35 northbound, you hit delays at the merge with 69 highway, and it's off again, on again, crawling all the way up to Antioch with an accident blocking 2 left lanes, and 635 southbound pretty heavy from Gibbs to 35 with an accident. Missouri side 70 eastbound gets heavy at 18th Street, stays slow past 23rd with construction. Allen Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
I want to get into noticeable timelines for coaches, because I do think that coaches can get fired too early. Example, Raheem Morris in Atlanta. But I do think you have to prove it at a certain point. I'll get into that. This was a story yesterday that was pretty funny. Pulled up to this McDonald's with my dog Nugget. And the guy in the drive-thru goes, "Hey, holy cow, that's a cute dog. What's his name?" I said, "Well, his name is Nugget." He asks if Nugget wants a treat. I said, "Yeah," assuming that, it'd be something like a dog bone or something at Starbucks, like a pup cup. This guy disappears for a second, comes back, and hands me an entire bag of chicken nuggets. Not just a nugget, just an entire bag of chicken nuggets. My dog was happier than I've ever seen him in his life. It's a little pug sitting in the front seat next to a full bag of chicken nuggets, because boy, if I was 20, that'd be a dangerous day. But not one nugget, just an entire bag. My dog was happier than I've ever seen him in his entire life. I thanked the kid. He goes, "Oh, no sweat, dude. It's my last day. I'm giving out free blank like crazy. You want a hat or something?" Awesome. Guy goes, "Absolute legend." And Nugget rates this place 5 stars. Great story.
That's so good.
You love stories like that when the guy's like, you're thinking this guy's doing something wholesome. He's like, nah, dude, F McDonald's.
Nah, I'm getting over on the man.
You want a hat or something? Is your ice cream machine working?
No.
It is. I would take an Oreo McFlurry right now and 18 bags of sweet and sour sauce if you got it. This comes from the AP. 36 coaches have won the Super Bowl out of those 32 that were hired after the start of the Super Bowl era. Here's a breakdown of what their year on job they won their first title. First-year coaches have won it 4 times. Second-year coaches 8 times. Third-year coaches 4 times. Fourth year 7th. Fifth year 5th. 6th, 7th, 8th, and 14th year 1. Of the 7 remaining coaches,
I guess who's 14? Let me guess who that one is.
Yeah, right.
Andy.
Of the 7 remaining coaches without a Super Bowl title with their current team, here's what season they are in. Ben Johnson and Mike Vrabel were in their first. Mike McDonald is in his second. DeMeco Ryan, Sean Payton in their third. Kyle Shanahan, Sean McDermott are in their 9th. McDermott also was released before or after this was out.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Shanahan has been to 2 Super Bowls, so he is hanging on to that. I think when it comes to coaching in the NFL, there are 2 things that can be true. I think a lot of ownership and GMs have a quick trigger and tend to fire guys quickly within 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
I do find that unfair. But I do think that if you are there for 4 to maybe 5 years, you have to show some sort of promise. Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl title within their first 5 years of coaching. John Harbaugh and Joe Flacco did the same thing, right? Roethlisberger and Tomlin, they won a title within 5 years together. Like, that just happens. Now, if you don't, so like guys that I would say that, might be there, and maybe you can blame CJ Stroud more than you can blame DeMeco Ryans, but DeMeco Ryans going to his 4th year next year.
Mm-hmm.
He's yet to win a divisional game. So maybe he has capped out. Like next year, if you go to the divisional round and lose, you have the same sort of conversation with DeMeco Ryans that you're having with Sean McDermott. Hey, man, it's been 4 years. You've gotten to the divisional round every single year, and you lose that game. I don't know if it's you, if it's us, if it's quarterback, whatever it is, a change of the guard has to happen. And I think coaches should get at least at a minimum, unless it's just a catastrophic failure, there are anomalies like that. Like this Gannon guy in Arizona hitting the guys, doing the whole audio or, whatever you can say. But I think that there are guys that should be given, and this is why Pittsburgh's probably been successful as they have been, right? Like, obviously, you had Cowher who won a title. You had
Chuck Noll won 4
in 5 years.
Did you realize what the record was before that? I saw something yesterday about how bad Pittsburgh was until Chuck Noll came in, like one of the worst in the NFL. And then Chuck Noll came in and they won those 4 Super Bowls. And they haven't looked back, and that's been 60 years.
And that message reigns clear throughout their entire organization because they've had 3 coaches since the Beatles broke up.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that when you look at this, because you could look at the Chiefs' path, right? Like Andy Reid comes here, and first year he comes here, they go to the playoffs, lose. Obviously, we remember that game against the Colts. Next year, they go 9-7, miss the playoffs. And you think, okay, well, play the last place schedule, play the first place schedule. But then you move on, you get to the playoffs, and you draft a quarterback. Okay, so you kind of reset the clock a little bit, and then the rest is history, right? And Andy Reid can do whatever he wants, as long as he wants, until, well, maybe we see it starting to, fall off quickly if it does, which I don't have any sort of belief that it will because of what he's proven. But guys like Sean McDermott, right? You get to the 5th year, your 6th year, you're like, all right, we've gotten to the AFC Championship game, we've gotten here. At least you've given him a chance. You're seeing that it's working. But if you cap out, then it's time to think to yourself, we're not going anywhere. We're kind of stuck in this place. Maybe we can get somebody in now that can take us over that hump. And I think that makes things a little bit more appealing to the coaching world than, oh, it's been 2 years. You went 2-14, and then you went, 7-11. You're out. And it's like, okay, well, you didn't really give me time. We drafted a quarterback 2 years ago. I haven't really fully developed him. It's not like we have gotten, 2 wins and 3 wins, and it doesn't look like anything's going to happen. You're gone. But I think that there's this window of like 4 to 5 years where that should be where you really evaluate. And if you're seeing the uptick of your team, like let's say you get in as a first-year coach, you miss the playoffs. Second year, you get close, but you miss. Then the third year, you get there, and you're like, okay, well, we got to the divisional round. We lost to a really good team. The 4th year we get there, we lose in the AFC or NFC championship game. I think that buys you a couple of years, and you can kind of hold on to that. Now, if you dissipate quickly or you never get back to that spot after 2 years, then I think it's okay to pull the plug. But I think one thing that we have a problem with in football is that we're not giving these guys enough time. And I don't think it's not the same as back in the day in college sports where there wasn't the transfer in NIL, where if a new guy came in with a new team and was terrible because the recruits are coming in, you got to give him time to get his guys in there and really kind of make his system work. And then you would see it flourish because you gave them time. The NFL, I think, kind of needs the same thing because we've seen the numbers when it comes to championships, when it comes to that year. Very rarely are you going to see a guy within their first couple of years, unless it's like a Stafford to McVay. That counts.
Yeah,
because that's his quarterback. But McVay got to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. And instead of getting rid of their coach, they did say, hey, I think we go into a Super Bowl if we get this sort of quarterback in here. He did it. He lived to his promise. And what does that do? It gives you all the clout in the world that you need.
It does. And
because you trust in your coach.
It's all a case-by-case basis, though. Like, if you have the wrong guy in there, you need to bounce. And that'll go down, in my opinion, as Scott Pioli's biggest mistake. Just because the Chiefs made the playoffs, Todd Haley was the wrong guy. They should have bounced on him. Think about coming off a playoff season.
And there were signs.
Oh, God, yes. You can see it right away with these
Raheem
guys.
Morris, they went 4-0 in their last 4 games, and they were out of the playoffs.
Right.
That's not a sign of being like, get them out.
No, that's a quick move. But they may have upgraded, obviously, with people think Kevin Stefanski. Maybe. I don't know what the answer is to that question. It's hard to judge somebody based on what they did in Cleveland. But if Kevin Stefanski was part of the equation of getting rid of Baker Mayfield, as we're finding out right now, is Kevin Stefanski really that smart? Honest to God, is Kevin Stefanski the guy you want running the team if he chose to take Deshaun Watson after all the stuff was out there that we knew about him over Baker Mayfield, who the city fell in love with? So maybe they didn't get better in Atlanta. That's going to be an interesting one now to kind of follow. But, everybody is on a case-by-case basis. It used to be you had a 3 or 4 year kind of plan that you could put into place. Like when Vermeil came in here, they went 6-10, 8-8, 10-6, or 13-3. And made the playoffs in his third year. And that was always his progression. Wherever he was, it was that third year that really took him to the next level. Now, that's a Dick Vermeil. That's not a Nate Hackett. That's not a Todd Haley. That's not, some of these other guys that deserve to be run after their first 5 minutes on the job. But there are so many people that don't deserve to be run. I think we're going to look back at the Sean McDermott firing and look at that as the biggest mistake in the last 10 years of the NFL. And I was just reading a quote from the guy who wore the Kangol hat, Bruce Arians. And he goes, I don't understand this at all. This is stupid. They fire the coach and the general manager, and he said the F word. He said he hasn't brought them any effing players. He was on with McAfee. And so and then he gets an effing raise? Like, I think the Sean McDermott firing is going to go down as one of the biggest mistakes that we've seen, not only in the NFL, but in professional sports in the last decade. I think Buffalo is going to be looking back on that and going, we fired the wrong guy when it's all said and done. But again, that's what happens when you have a silo and you're reporting right to the general manager and you don't have a chance to talk to the owner. The general manager's feeding him all of this stuff that may or may not be true. The owner buys it, aligns himself with that GM, and here we sit. You made the wrong decision, potentially, in firing that guy. So I think everything's on a case-by-case basis, but I also think when you know it, you know it. If you don't feel like the guy is right, you got to move on from that guy. But there are times where you just got to give that person another opportunity and make sure the system is set up for that coach to have success, because a lot of times these teams are not set up for the coaches to have success.
Did Tanner Orlovsky have a tough Tuesday? Some would say yes. We'll get to that, plus the O'Shea effect. You race Kevin O'Shea down Cherry Hill. Little Giants, great movie. Coming up next, we talk about all that here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you, my friends over at QC Kinetics want you to feel better. Yeah, they're saying, hey, come see us and we can help you feel better without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair the areas causing you pain, the knees, the hips, the shoulders, your back, wherever it hurts. And instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. So skip the 3 to 6 months of recovery, skip all of the pain and invasive surgery, and get moving better with QC Kinetics. We're talking about game-changing regenerative treatment from my friends over at QC Kinetics. January is supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing all of that pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for a free consultation. It's so easy to set up. And like I said, a free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone, it's QC Kinetics.
If you need a new garage door, this could be your lucky day. Entries are open now for the $5,000 sweepstakes at Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. A winner will be chosen at random to receive $5,000 towards new garage doors, openers, or front entry doors of their choice. Deadline to enter is the end of the month to win the $5,000 sweepstakes with Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. Enter now at overheaddoorkc.com. You can't win if you don't enter at overheaddoorkc.com.
Next Wednesday, January 28th, our friends at Centric are hosting a KC Tech Career Summit at Centric. It's open networking with KC area tech professionals, facility tours, breakout conversations with instructors, career services, and a live panel featuring former Centric students and local employers, plus a Q&A.
Whether you're just starting out, considering a career change, or simply interested in what the tech field offers, this summit offers you a gateway to that. Please RSVP in advance by going to Centric.com and clicking the KC Tech Summit at the top of the page.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Music this hour is brought to you by State Water Heater and Reeves Vitamin. Need a water heater? State Water Heaters has the solution. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 scale prevention delivers efficient, on-demand hot water with no annual maintenance and may qualify for money-saving utility rebates. Ask your plumber for State at Reeves Vitamin. Visit rwco.com or statewaterheaters.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side, 35 northbound, very heavy at the merge to 69 highway, crawls up to Antioch with an accident blocking 2 lanes. 70 eastbound, heavy from 635 to the split with 670. Missouri side, 70 slowing eastbound from Truman out past 23rd with construction. Alan Card, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Be sure to follow us on Instagram at TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes videos like MVP Monday, Chiefs Take Tuesday, and Best Bets. This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Mac, you should take your dog to McDonald's and see if Comet can get a bag of nuggets. Maybe take it to Chick-fil-A, see if we can get a free chicken sandwich.
Yeah, you know what? Copper and Comet, they deserve that.
Have you ever taken them to Starbucks and gotten the pup cup?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Those things aren't damaging to dogs?
It's whipped cream.
Oh, that's all it is.
Yeah, just whipped cream. Now, if you go to Sonic or if you go to other places, you ask for a pup cup, they'll give you a whole scoop of vanilla ice cream. And you're like, no, I can't, no. It's a way to get free ice cream.
Yeah.
But
when do they know that they're in the Starbucks drive-thru?
Oh, I mean, Copper knows when I'm turning in. Comet has no idea until we're home and I show her the pup cup, but that's just intelligence levels.
Okay.
But they're both psyched.
Okay.
It's Saturday morning. It's.
I didn't know if you pulled into the parking lot and
Oh, Copper's yeah.
You turned into Benjamin Button and they turn into just
yeah.
Copper Cup and
exactly yeah.
Dogs,
I'd say
man.
twice a month that happens probably. Once a month, twice a month. Go to Starbucks on a Saturday. Bring the dogs. Yeah.
Hell yeah, I like that. What would be the human equivalent of that?
Pup cup?
Starbucks getting a drink. It's the same thing. Yeah,
exactly
the
right.
exact same thing.
I'm pretty stoked when I come.
It's amazing the kids react the way, it's going to Starbucks.
Yeah, sweet.
Here's a cake pop.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly, yeah.
20 seconds of silence.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
By the way, before we get into the poll question, that is the sounder. The NBA schedule for the finals is out. The If It Goes Game 7 final game will be June 19th.
That seems early, right? Maybe. Earlier, yeah.
Game 1 will be June 3rd.
Okay.
All games at 7:30 our time, 8:30 Eastern.
Stacking the deck so they can get these games in. The first time ever they're not playing on a Sunday. They're acquiescing to the World Cup, which is probably the right thing to do, you know? Yeah.
Wicked smart. Our Fescoe and Dusty poll question on a Wednesday on the Fan 965. Who is better at their job, Patrick Mahomes or Andy Reid? I don't think this is like a taking a shot question.
No.
It's just a simple question.
Our sister station did it in Philly with their coaching quarterback, and the quarterback won in a landslide. And so I was wondering how that would play in Kansas City.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts or Nick Sirianni was their question at WIP, right? And it was 66% Jalen Hurts.
Which is funny because they don't like either of those guys in Philadelphia, right?
But
Jalen Hurts is running away with this thing in a landslide. And Nick Sirianni has accomplished more than Andy Reid did in Philadelphia. I hate to be that guy, but 2 Super Bowls and 1 victory. Andy Reid didn't win a Super Bowl in Philadelphia, and they hate that guy. Like, I would hate the coach there. Honest to God. Like, no matter what you do, they don't like
That's
you.
true. I will say at least Hurts is a nice guy.
Yeah.
Sirianni seems... We know what he seems like.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I'm going to read you the comments first.
Oh, okay.
One is from Bay. This says, the divide and rule nonsense has got to stop. Okay.
What?
Thanks for understanding the question. This comes from Trey. Travis Kelce is better than Andy Reid as well. He runs his own plays. This comes from Chiefs.
The comments just never disappoint, do they? Ever.
This comes from Chiefs Thumbs Up. It's almost 50-50%, but I think I'm going to have to go 51%, 49% Patrick. They both elevate each other's jobs, but Mahomes with that 1 extra percent finds a way to improvise and make magic happen.
I don't disagree with any of that.
Great response.
Great
response.
Well, the votes are in at 155 votes, and 85.8% of you say Patrick Mahomes.
That's insane. That's
Jalen Hurts won in a landslide.
Yeah, that is a runaway, man. I am shocked it's that high. I thought the Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni thing, I'm like, okay, that's a runaway. They don't like the coach there. People like Andy Reid, right? And if we did that poll last year, I mean, maybe it's different. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's as big a gap. I still think Mahomes wins, but it ain't 75-25. I mean, that's
no way.
That's a lot of people showing a lot of disrespect, I think, towards Andy Reid. Again, we'll never know, who was better, Belichick or Brady. I think we have an idea. I don't think we'll ever really know, Reeves or Mahomes. I was Dan Reeves. I don't know why he's on my mind. We'll never know Reid or Mahomes. Maybe we will at the end. Maybe Patrick will go somewhere and not have Andy Reid, or Andy will retire and Patrick will have a new coach here, and we'll see how that works out. But I do believe, in my opinion, it is, 1A or 1B when you talk about the greatest relationships in NFL history, Brady and Belichick being the other one. This Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes relationship is just blissful. And anything to, detract from that could be a bad thing for both parties involved. And that's why I believe that if Patrick Mahomes is drafted by another team, we're not talking about Patrick Mahomes with 3 Super Bowl championships right now. We're just not. They complement each other so perfectly.
Yeah, it's just... Because I wonder if we did the poll question, like, who's better at their job, Andy Reid or Alex Smith, if it would be the same result but flipped.
Right. Yeah,
like
probably.
85% Andy Reid.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't even know that we would get a vote for Alex Smith at this point, and that's not being negative. That's just like, no, Andy Reid's better. I mean, look at Alex didn't get to the Super Bowl. Andy had, so yes, I mean, it's hard to argue that, really.
We're talking about 2 guys who are probably Mount Rushmore in their respective categories, coach and quarterback. Yeah, those are probably Mount Rushmore guys.
You think all time? Alex Smith is Okay. Are you talking about Mahomes? I thought we were still on the Alex Smith. No. I thought we were still on the Alex Smith conversation.
Heard. Yeah. Maybe in Kansas City.
Well, that's not quarterbacks. Well, I mean, you got Len, you got Patrick, you got Trent, and probably Alex. Yeah, those are your 4. Yeah,
for sure.
There's nobody else that could even be in that category.
No. How dare you sleep on Tyler Thigpen? Seen that guy run down the field and catch a pass from a running back?
I did. Royal, come on, man.
Well, I don't think he ever won a game as a Chiefs
not.
quarterback. This is funny. The human version of a pub cup is, quote, babe, I'm putting the kids down. Pour me a glass of wine.
Can I ask a real question just for a second, though?
No.
You're talking about the quarterbacks, and you got Bo Nix. Does he get credit for winning that game on Sunday?
He does not.
He doesn't? Why not?
He should, because Sean Payton should have called a timeout. And if he does, they don't go to and kick a field goal. And if he does, they don't go to overtime. And Bo Nix doesn't break his ankle.
So it does not go on his ledger as a win, is what I'm saying. Like
for Bo Nix?
Yeah.
Oh, it will.
Right?
Sure.
Will it? So
yeah.
So, but because we were talking about no quarterback drafted by the Broncos other than Tim Tebow had ever won a playoff game. So that's why I'm asking, because it does matter. Does Bo Nix get a win for that playoff game? because he started.
Yes. For sure.
Okay,
100%.
so they finally got that off their back, right? So another, it counts, right?
I'll give that stat. That counts.
They ain't getting another one.
Yeah, exactly.
For at least a year. So that's kind of crazy that the only other quarterback that they've drafted to quote unquote win a playoff game got hurt and is now done for the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest question is if they go out there and win with Stidham, what that means for Bo Nix's future. That's where I kind of want to see, like, if there was some way, because that would be one of those, like, Kurt Likens, can they both lose type of situations. I don't want Denver to win, but if Denver does win and Stidham is great, and I mean great, like he's 21 of 30 for 255 and 3 touchdowns, and they just handle New England, like, you have to have that confidence. Because then what happens if he goes to the Super Bowl and they win it, and Bo Nix the whole time's got an ankle wrap? Are you having a conversation of like, who's more likely to get a second contract, Bo Nix or C.J. Stroud? I mean, that's the world we live in the NFL.
No, it is. It is.
And I'm not saying that Stidham's going to do this. I'm just saying that would be the anarchy that would be created.
If you're Houston right now, would you take Bo Nix over C.J. Stroud?
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
I'd take
sure.
Jared Stidham over C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. So they're going to have to make a change at quarterback this
it's coming.
offseason, Houston.
He cost himself $250 million.
He may have cost himself the next season, too. You know, like if I'm Houston right now, I'm calling Buffalo.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm calling Philadelphia.
Somebody asked on Twitter, who would you rather have, Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud?
Well, C.J. Stroud will still take. But
I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know, man. Bryce Young's looked really good 2 years in a row now, year and a half in a row now.
Yeah,
where Bryce has gone up, CJ's gone down.
Yeah,
where
no
Bryce
question.
was down, CJ was up.
Yeah, but I'll see. I'll give it another year if they both are still, with their respective teams. I mean, if you're Houston, you have a ready-made Super Bowl defense. You need to go out there and find your quarterback, and that's easier said than done, obviously. I mean, you just need a competent quarterback. You don't need Patrick Mahomes. You need a guy that's just not going to F it all up for you like C.J. Stroud did. That's what you got to find. News from Buffalo this morning from Vic Carucci. Would not be shocked if the Bills go with Joe Brady as head coach and Brian Daboll as offensive coordinator.
Oh, okay.
Well, they better after they screwed up everything else.
But see, now you're bringing in this guy, Joe Brady and Daboll. They'll be just listening to everything Brandon Beane has to say. Hire a lesser guy to have that authority over him. I'm Brandon Beane. You're lucky to have this head coaching job.
What's the one thing you need to overthrow something? Majority.
Yeah.
If you have Allen, you have Daboll, and you have Brady, all three together, and you have one man in Beane, whose job is to draft and get guys, and he's not doing it, and these guys are doing it on the field, but they need it, they will overthrow that guy. Because then you'll realize. Then that's the only way to do it. But if they can't do that, and Brandon Beane's got the owner in his back pocket, like we seemingly know he has, getting a promotion the day they fire their coach, you would think that would be kind of tough to do.
And you have to wonder if Brandon Beane is running this coaching search. If you're a Buffalo fan, you got that lady's drop right there. If you're a Buffalo fan and Brandon Beane is running your coaching search, you have to wonder to yourself, because I'm wondering right now, is Brandon Beane going to hire the best coach available, or is he going to hire the guy that's going to be submissive to him?
Brandon Beane!
I don't know.
Because if you're hiring a guy because he's going to listen to you and be submissive to you, that is a major mistake. And that's why the Giants have the setup they do and the Chiefs have the setup that they do, where we're all going to report to the owner. And we're not going to have that layer of muck in the way that distorts everything that's going to the owner.
Somebody says, Dusty, you got it wrong. If Stidham wins the Super Bowl, the Jets will pay him big money.
They should trade him, Broncos. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean, seriously, if he wins this game, like that's a trade chip if you're Denver.
If he plays okay, trade him.
What did I say this could be? The next Matt Flynn? Is that the guy we were talking
about?
Matt
Flynn, yeah.
Yes.
Who got beat out by Russell Wilson and never played a game for Seattle, but took him all the money.
Did he get paid?
Yeah, he got, but I give Seattle a lot of credit for making that right decision, because that was the right decision at the time. Oh, man, we didn't realize Russell was going to be this good. Let's play him out there. They actually let him go out there and win a job, which you don't see a lot of. Again, are you hiring the right people? Or are you hiring people that are going to be yes men and submissive to this general manager? And it sure sounds like by just promoting Joe Brady, that guy's happy to have a job as a head coach in the NFL.
Somebody says Houston should go get Mac Jones.
Love it.
Mac's
I don't hate that.
I'm still not out on C.J. Stroud for the record, but yeah, I like Mac Jones.
I think I think you got to be, in my opinion anyway, and I am a C.J. Stroud Houston Texans truther for the last couple of years, but after what I witnessed in those last 8 quarters, if you're not looking for a quarterback, you're screwing D'Amico Ryans over at this point in time.
I will also say you may not be out on CJ Stroud, but you have 1 foot out the door and 1 foot in the door.
Yeah. You're not in
You're
on
not sitting
CJ
on your
Stroud.
couch eating a bag of chips going, it's fine. You're
gonna be
going,
okay.
do I go or can I stay?
Yeah.
We'll get back into what the signings for the coordinators were for the Chiefs, plus Robert Kraft's vision, I guess you could say, of what the NFL might become here on NFL Network. What are we doing? 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
What the hell was that?
Fescoe and Dusty.
Every Hardee's is closed.
Well, that sucks.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Park and Go are saying, hey, we're ready for you. They're always ready for you at Park and Go because they're an unbelievable company that provides unbelievable service. You know when you're going to the airport, you got to have everything go right. You get that anxiety, and Park and Go takes away all that anxiety. Number one, you make your reservation early. After you make your flight reservation, get on over to bookparkandgo.com and make your parking reservation. Reserve that all-covered parking spot for you, prepay and save money, and you're ready to go. Show up on the day of your flight, give them your reservation number, and they will direct you to that covered parking spot they have reserved specifically for you. And as soon as you get there, like literally before you get out of your car, here comes the van to take you right to the airport terminal. And you're there in no time at all, and you're relaxed. And when you get back, boom, let's get back on that Park and Go bus and head on back to the trunk of our car, because that bus is waiting for you when you walk out of the airport. It is right there, and you're on it back to the trunk of your car. So do what we did and join their frequent Parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Hey, hockey fans! Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
I'm worth a lot more. You are worth more, and your car is worth more at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
At Casey's, when someone asked for a cup of coffee that wouldn't put them in debt, but still had freshly ground beans, rich flavor, and a price that starts with a 9 and ends with a D9 cents, we were too nice to say no. Now get a small coffee, just 99 cents. Limited time only. See store for details.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Call Hamilton today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Visit callhamilton.com/radio for details, terms, and conditions.
License number 2025-11121.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Missouri side inbound 70, heavy in Graham Valley at the Buckner exit. Crawls over towards Adams Dairy Parkway with the stall blocking the right lane in the construction zone. Kansas side 35 northbound gets heavy before 87th, and it stays very slow up to Antioch with an accident blocking 2 left lanes. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
I guess I could. Back here on 96.5 The Fan. Boy, Metcalf looks packed
It
right
is,
now.
it
Look
is
out the
nuts.
window,
There must
Matt.
be an accident or something up a
Shocker.
ways. Yeah.
Is this so? There's a light. There's a couple lights in Lee Summit that I'm just like try to avoid. Is this one right here on like Johnson and Metcalf like one of the worst?
I don't know. I don't
because
use
our
that
buddy
light
Drew Nixon
ever.
got in a
Yeah.
wreck there. That's not the only wreck that's ever happened there. But like
you're
the
right.
two
There
lanes
are.
that go
Yeah.
left, the people that merge here that for some reason can't let you merge and they don't want to get over. Like I didn't know if this is one of those like not a Kansas guy. That seems like a nightmare area on. I mean, Metcalf in general is a nightmare.
Yeah, I don't know I don't go that way ever.
Because we
know?
Missourians, we call Metcalf the Kansas 7 Highway. And in Blue Springs and Missouri, you just stay away from 7 Highway. But if it's 4 o'clock in the morning, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful. Anything's great at 4 in the morning. There's nobody out. It's the perfect time of day to drive, right? No, Metcalf and Warnell are the two worst streets in the city. And, Warnell is actually getting better. They're finally paving it. But that's been a process that's been going on for 40 years, trying to pave that street. Home sucks.
Who
Metcalf
said that
is
gambling
a mess.
money wasn't going to pay off?
Yeah, well, they got to for the World Cup.
Yeah,
so they had no
true.
choice but to pave some of these roads and make it look nice. And
I just didn't know if
whatnot.
Metcalf was like the avoided
Oh, it's
road
terrible.
in
I avoid
Kansas.
Metcalf all the time. I don't know that I've been from Shawnee Mission Parkway to 435 on Metcalf since COVID. Because I just can't handle the amount of, first of all, it's a bunch of boomers out in the middle of the day that just don't know how to drive and get in the way of life. And then it's everybody doing their own. It's a mess. Yeah,
Somebody says
Metcalf's-
there's an accident on I-35 and everybody is rerouting.
Oh, okay.
As we speak, Metcalf completely clear.
Yeah, now it's clear. Like literally, but I was looking at it too. I'm like, man, there's been a lot of traffic out there today.
Somebody says, Dusty or Bob, great news for Binkley. Will one of you guys let him know there is still a Hardee's open 24/7, by the way, and recently opened in Ottawa, Kansas?
Well, he's not driving all the way to Ottawa for Hardee's.
I don't know, man.
We
Bigger
don't know
carousel right now, college football or the fact that every Hardee's is closed?
Well, that sucks.
I mean, Ottawa is about 35 minutes from, like, say, Olathe, right? About 30 minutes from Olathe. Okay, so Jay's up in the north. So that's an hour drive. Are you driving an hour for Hardee's?
Hell no.
No. Now, if it's an In-N-Out burger, you would.
Yeah.
I flew to Denver for it. Yeah. So you would absolutely do that. But Hardee's? I wouldn't cross the street for Hardee's.
Back when there was only like 2 Chipotles in my metro area,
Oh, yeah.
we would drive to the one in Independence because it was the best one. We'd drive from the Price Chopper on Woods Chapel all the way down. I say all the way down, but we'd go down 291 instead of going to the one on 291 in Lee Summit because it just wasn't as good. Now there's a Chipotle like Express. There's Chipotle everywhere.
Everywhere. Do you remember your first Chipotle experience and where it was? Where was it?
My dad took me to the Independence one, and I got pinto beans, cheese, and meat.
What
that
were
was
you,
it.
9? Probably pretty close.
I was like 12.
Yeah.
And my dad's like, oh, because he told me, he's like, you can't eat a whole burrito. There's no way. If you need a whole burrito, I'll buy it. And I got it, and it was like, taquito because I didn't put anything in it. And that's I always give Chipotle credit. It's where I learned to like guacamole. It's where I learned to like corn salsa, and where I learned to like sour cream. Those are the 3 things that I got from Chipotle. And then my burritos through time got bigger because I'd add rice and I'd add black beans and chicken and veggies and all that sort of stuff. And then my dad was right.
Yeah, because we used to go to the one at like 39th and Bell in Westport. Like that was the first one, that we would go to, and guac was $1.25, and you'd get that on there, and then you'd realize you get this huge burrito, and like no wonder I'm 300 pounds, man. I'm eating all this rice, and then you go to the bowls and whatnot, and that made it much better. Got rid of the tortilla and the rice and all that, and then you got a healthy meal, and it was great. And their guacamole is the best, man. Like
somebody
it's
was
just
$5
so
burrito back in my day.
I know. I mean,
barbacoa burrito with everything that I wanted on it was $6.25.
6, yeah, with the guacamole, they were like $1.25 extra, made it $6.25. You're like, and you're getting change from a 10. It's like I feel so old because I still can't get past the $2.99 Big Mac meal at McDonald's back in the day. And then you bring up because you're right, it's like doubled in price in 25 years.
Funny story about Chipotle. Obviously, it originated in Denver.
Yep.
They took a picture of the opening of it, right? And there's a lady in the picture. Lady ended up suing Chipotle for millions and millions of dollars because they didn't have her name, image, and likeness accepted in the photo.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's awesome.
That was a Hansen story.
Good for her.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh,
Ask Hansen about the Chipotle lawsuit, and he was like, "Yep, that's why I try to tell everybody. You got to make sure when you take pictures of stuff that it's yours. It's not somebody else's, and no one else is in there, and they approve." I'm like, "Okay, John, thank you."
No, but it makes a lot of sense. Chipotle was originally owned by McDonald's too,
and then they broke away because they got a bad rap.
Yeah.
Yep, for sure. Somebody says, first Chipotle experience in Washington, D.C. It wasn't open in our area yet. It was the best thing ever. So, yeah, there you go. Somebody said they were waiting from their Kia K5 with Missouri plates. Like, thank you all.
But I will tell you this, though. Like, Chipotle has made some changes, but at the end of the day, you know exactly what you're going to get when you go in there. And that's why it works. They're not trying to be a chicken restaurant when they sell hamburgers or,
chicken.
They're not trying to be a hamburger restaurant when they sell chicken. They're doing exactly what they're doing. And in 25 years, very unchanged.
Mac hates this.
I want to tell you guys, though, we're going to push like the Dickens now to make international more important with us. Every team will go to 18-2, and eliminate one of the preseason games. And every team every year will play one game overseas. And part of the reason is so we can continue to grow the cap and keep our labor happy, because we're sort of getting
our labor
near the top here, with the coverage. 93 of the top 100 programs on television are NFL games.
Right.
Think about that. It's really amazing. And you look at the size of our crowds versus the other sports, and
bigger stadiums.
It's really, and we had that Amazon game on Thursday a couple of weeks ago. 31 million people streamed. And so as long as we can keep growing revenue, we can keep long-term labor peace.
I don't know if that's Bob Kraft or a restaurateur that steals recipes from other Italian restaurant industries. Either way, I digress on that, but that's Bob Kraft saying they won 18 games scheduled, 2 games in the preseason, and every team plays an international game.
Yeah, Goodell's been saying this forever. I mean, this is where we're going. The owners want it. Don't refer to your players as labor.
Yeah, that was terrible.
I mean, that pissed me off, man.
That was terrible.
That pisses me off. We're all workers out here. Show some respect, Bob.
Our labor.
That is a disrespect to the players right there. I mean, so we got to keep our labor happy.
Text line says, "Why does he sound dead?"
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he hasn't been to Miami lately for
rubbing tug.
Yeah, a little pick me up. Exactly. Like
Bob Kraft can get bent. Let's make safer, but still play and make him play 18 games, travel all over the place, and play on every day of the week.
That's
get
right.
Bent.
Yeah, no, but see, that's the other thing. When they say player safety, you're like, okay, sure.
Yes.
Okay, player
Well, they've
safety.
they've got these Guardian caps. They used to be called Indian caps, but now they're Guardian caps, and that's safer.
I mean, this guy, I honest to God, guys, like he didn't say anything in that I thought was really eye-opening. We know they're going to 18 games. We know they're eliminating a preseason game. We know they want to have everybody play internationally. We know they're going to do all of that, and it's just a matter of when. But I'll be honest with you, when you start to refer to the people that are the product and are making you the money as labor, that's not going to sit well with a lot of players, I don't think. That is a tone-deaf comment right there. What you say is like, man, we're doing great. We want to raise the salary cap so our players can make more money. How is that so hard? Referring to your players as labor? Go blow it out your ass, Bob. Get bent.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane, and we've already got so many injury issues in this league. We've got guys not lasting the full season, not just here in Kansas City. Look at the playoffs. Look at the star players. Look at the Denver Broncos and Bo Nix. Look at the San Francisco 49ers. Forget the electromagnetic conspiracy for a second.
That's
across
Butler.
The whole field. Look at,
McCaffrey and Juszczyk showed up and Butler tore his ACL.
Was crazy.
Coincidence?
But that is San Francisco, right? I mean, maybe the electromagnetic field is encompassing the entire city.
Sure. The point is, injuries have been rampant and have been going higher and higher, and now we're increasing games, and we're going to increase
Well, they'll
travel.
tell you we're not increasing games. It's still 20 games.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's such BS because no one plays in the preseason. No one even goes 100%. No one even goes 60% in the preseason.
Yeah.
Maybe game 3 when you have your fourth string guys who are going to be in the UFL in 2 weeks. They're going 100% for the quarter and a half that they get to play. It's total BS. It's like using data on these Guardian caps. You don't have any data on these Guardian caps because they are in practice.
So what's interesting is that we've reversed roles here. You've taken the old man approach to the NFL, and I'm like, cool, more games? Like, we should be reversed in this situation. But you're doing the – back in my day when we had 16 games, it was a perfect schedule.
It was perfect.
It really was. It was a perfect schedule.
2 teams get the bye in the playoffs. It was perfect.
It really was, and it fit nicely. You didn't have to go before Labor Day. You were over.
Awesome.
It fit perfectly into that schedule. Now, obviously, you're going to go to President's Day weekend. We get all that. That's what's going to happen. It's one more week.
Well, good luck having the Super Bowl on Valentine's Day in a couple years.
You think about that. Ugh. Because Valentine's is a Saturday this year. So next year it'll be on a Sunday. I mean, God forbid the Super Bowl's on Valentine's Day. How pissed off is
sorry, honey.
Seriously, I didn't even think about that, Dusty. That's an unbelievable Super Bowl maybe on Valentine's Day. Yeah, sorry, honey. We're not
Chiefs
doing anything
Super Bowl.
this year.
Here's your hearts that say, be mine, hug me, kiss me.
I mean, God, the Super Bowl on Valentine's Day is going to be just a disaster.
It's coming. Just like a Super Bowl's coming overseas.
And it is, and everybody's going to play over. Like, all that stuff is what we knew. I know we're going there. I guess I've just accepted it because I know there's just, like, I'm to that point in my life where I am, like, I'm not into protests. There's nothing I can do to stop any of this stuff, right? The NFL is going to go to 18 games. It's more money for them. The players will make more money. We'll enjoy it. Everybody will complain about the minutia for 5 minutes, and then we see these extra games during the regular season. We're like, cool, extra games, man. Yeah, another week.
Will you, though?
I think so.
Somebody says Bobby Kraft sounded like he was laboring to say that sentence. Someone from the 816 says, look at the injuries this year. It's only going to get worse. Labor is going to break down and have shorter careers. Labor, LOL.
And again, but back to what Binkley said about guys staying in college more, right? They look at this in the NFL to make money, but if you can make a good living in college for 4 years, you don't even really need to go to the NFL.
Yeah, and that's going to be bad for the NFL.
It's going to be bad.
You said it. The players are the product.
Yeah.
I don't watch because of Bob Kraft.
No, I don't know who half the owners are.
About you.
Right? Yeah.
Why did Bob Kraft steal his grandkid's Letterman's jacket, too? Like, it's
Yeah.
all he wears now.
Looks like a kid.
This comes from the 913. Ugh. They're paid to work. What's wrong with saying labor? They are the labor force. Look at the fruit of their labor. Come on. Charmin's soft off Metcalf.
You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's real text.
Charmin's soft off Metcalf.
Well, yeah.
Get bent.
I'll take some. Kind of run low on
because
the TP.
I know if I'm the players and you got a labor negotiation coming up here in the near future, and this is how the owners view us.
Cool.
You view us as just labor, we're out.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Go find some replacement players.
Yeah, walk out of the Super Bowl.
Go find Jared Stidham to be the quarterback for 32 NFL teams or Keanu Reeves or whoever this is. I'm not kidding. If I'm the players right now, that is something I'm keeping in my back pocket. You don't respect us. And this isn't just that. That's not just Bob Kraft saying it. You know that's been said in that room of owners.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the labor. We got to find ways to keep labor costs down. Everybody does that. But to say that publicly, you don't want a work stoppage in the NFL. It's been great in this league. You've worked well with your Players Association. Just say that. It's more money for everybody. We're all looking to have more, make more. It's great. Done.
So, yeah, Robert Kraft, get bent.
But the player safety stuff, that is the biggest lie in sports.
What do you mean? They're wearing Guardian caps.
Yeah, it's
my kids are like, what's that guy wearing?
Guardian.
I know. Hannah did that the other week too. She said, what is that? It's supposed to be safe, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it works. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But the O'Shea effect. Got to have somebody in here that can coach a position that they're familiar with. Is what I think that we all wanted. This is one of those things where it's not really a name, but when you're not having a good year, after you've had lots of good years, you do focus on these sort of things. Chad O'Shea was New England's end zone coordinator for the last few years. The Pats ranked 15th, 5th, 8th, 4th, and 9th in red zone touchdown rate going back to 2014. This year, New England ranked 24th, scoring touchdowns on just 49% of their red zone trips. Miami are 3rd at 67.7. Josh McDaniels mentioned all of this. So, again, new life, new voice, kind of, I guess you could say that for the wide receivers. Obviously, Bieniemy will be back we're pretty sure, as the offensive coordinator. A new voice, but a voice of accountability. Maybe Chad O'Shea brings the accountability as well, unlike Connor Embry did, who was no longer employed by the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, the one thing that he does bring, I think anyway, at least for me, is credibility. I keep going back to this Connor Embry thing. How did we as fans and whatnot not discover who the hell the wide receiver coach was the last couple of years and why he was in that position? And that's the things that you have to look at and say, again, are we making the best hires, or are we making the best hires that will be responsive to, the situation at hand? That, like the Buffalo thing right now. Are you going to make the best hire? Are you going to make the best hire that's going to, do what Brandon Beane wants you to do? So there are two ways to look at that. I like the Chad O'Shea hire. Binkley said he didn't because he wants the guys to all be like potential head coaches. That's just not going to be the case for every position group. There's a guy who's been in the league for a very long time and has a great resume of working with wide receivers. I'm excited about him. Like I said yesterday, I'm more excited to see what he can do with the wide receivers than I am with Eric Bieniemy as the offensive coordinator, because I know there's not much EB can do. But this guy can have a direct impact, and we'll see that direct impact next year. We'll see if these wide receivers are better at running routes, better at getting open, understanding where the out-of-bounds line is. Like, these guys, we will be able to see if they get better with a better wide receiver coach. Because I do think a lot of that stuff that he's going to be teaching is stuff that Connor Embry had no business to even know. How to run a crisp route, how to get out of your breaks, how to do all this stuff. This guy's been around the league for 20-some years, been a passing game coordinator, worked under some great head coaches and some great wide receivers over the years. He brings a wealth of knowledge. Like, I shouldn't be this excited about a wide receivers coach, but I am. I think it's a really nice hire for Andy Reid.
Yeah, especially when you hear guys who have been successful and done this for a long time speak highly on it. Obviously, Julian Edelman's talked about him, but Josh McDaniels said in February when they lost him, Chad's unbelievable. He's incredibly responsible for any and all of our success in the red zone. He does a lot of that work and propels us well for that game in the situations. And what has the Chiefs struggled with? Obviously, offensively, they've struggled with a lot, but specifically in the red zone, they've been clunky. They haven't been able to do short yardage stuff. They've struggled with designs or innovation, actually being able to create space and get guys open. This is exactly what Chad O'Shea does, and he's able to revel in. And our wide receiver room right now is kind of like bunch of freshmen and sophomores on a high school team where you watch a high school football game, you're like, man, he's really good. Like, you can tell there's something there. Oh, he's fast. Let's say, Rashee Rice, man, he's strong. And then the rest of it's like, in a couple years, though, he'll be good, man. He'll be able to know how to run routes. He'll be able to sit in his zone. He'll know what the quarterback wants. We haven't gotten there. Chad O'Shea's going to get these guys to being that junior and senior level. Julian Edelman talked about the details that Chad O'Shea brings.
Or your position group, your coach, your individual coach will have his set of 15 to 20 plays individually on how you watch, their team. Now, Chad O'Shea, my coach, receivers coach, he would show a bunch of, we'd watch like 10 to 15 plays of how we're going to have to go in and block guys for the force or how their DBs are, in the run game. And then he'd have individual like 30 play cut-ups of each corner that you're going to defend with like highlighted examples of what their strengths were, highlighted examples of what their weaknesses or what they struggled with. So like say, you have a corner, he's really big guy. He would show his offhand jam, how this guy did it 3 or 4 times. You would look at his stance on when he would do it, how he would do it, so you could kind of feel it. So you're looking individually at that specific guy with the receiver coach.
How could you hate this hire?
So good.
Sounds like it's cut from the Andy Reid ass. I mean, that's a lot of analytic and a lot of different situations and a lot of complications. Because what do we hear about Andy Reid? The playbook. You got to learn the playbook. There's a lot of ins and outs, X's, O's, all that sort of stuff. Seems like this guy's right from that sort of side of that regime.
Yeah, and you made a great analogy earlier, Mac, about the freshmen, sophomores in high school or college, then becoming juniors and seniors, and that big jump that you take. You can be a great athlete, but if you don't have the right direction and somebody to guide you and the right mentor and coach, well, then you're not going to be able to realize all of your talents. There's a lot of bad coaches, Connor Embry, that are out there that didn't realize the talent out of these wide receivers. And we spent pretty much the entire season, this guy stinks, this guy stinks. And then it kind of got down to it. And for whatever reason, I looked at who the wide receivers coach was. And then I'm not kidding. I looked at who this guy was like, why is this guy coaching wide receivers? And ever since then, it's kind of snowballed forward, and he's gone. And you've got somebody in there now that has a resume, that has worked with players, that has made guys better. Who was that? You said Julian Edelman was out there talking about that. One of the better wide receivers. Everybody knows who he is, talking that highly about that guy. And it also reminded me a little bit of if Xavier Worthy was showing tells at the line, maybe this guy, Chatty O'Shea, can pick up on that in week 1 or 2, whereas Connor Embry had no idea what was going on because he didn't know. He wasn't in the right position as wide receiver coach. It's a big mistake by Andy Reid. That was a big mistake by Andy Reid.
And
he corrected it.
And they owned it and moved on.
Yep. And he corrected it and moved on.
Let's go.
I know that I'm hard. Now we get ready. Big offseason in the NFL. Biggest one I've ever seen in the offseason. Hard pause there, unnecessary. But, it'll be the biggest offseason in the NFL in my life. Men's wise and maybe some of that. Coming up on the other side, moments that get spoiled and, spoiled legacies as well. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at QC Kinetics want to get you moving for the new year. That's right, without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas causing you pain, wherever it hurts. Instead of facing an invasive operation that'll sideline you for months, these treatments happen right in the office. You go about your day, and the simple procedures can deliver big, life-changing results. You don't want 3 to 6 months of recovery. You want to skip all that. You want to skip the pain. You want to skip the invasive surgery, and you want to see my friends over at QC Kinetics because they have that game-changing regenerative treatment that is going to get you moving better, stronger, and planning the year you actually want. Call now for that free consultation with my friends over at QC Kinetics. It's very simple. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics is located off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299. It's QC Kinetics.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling low energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing results in the gym, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring growth hormone peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
details.
Well, I'll tell you what, the football playoffs are here. We've got championship weekend, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of that gridiron action. And right now, you can make entries and win money in the state of Missouri. And playing on Underdog is so easy, and quite honestly, it is so much fun to play on the Underdog app. Just choose if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns and rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get them right, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. Probably in that AFC game this weekend, you're leaning towards a lot of the lower side of things because that weather's supposed to be cold. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code BOB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 with promo code BOB. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
This is Kevin Harlan, and I'm here with Rob Seid of Rob Seid Ford. Fresh off a record-breaking year and a successful run at Ford's 2025 Top Volume Award. Rob, how did you do it?
Kevin, it's simple. We pulled out all the stops on price, on trade values, on inventory, and made sure our customers got an experience they couldn't find anywhere else.
Well, the race isn't over. 2026 is here, and you're back in the chase again.
That's right, and we're going even harder this year. More inventory, more aggressive trade-in values, and a buying experience other dealers just can't match.
Well, you're not just talking, you've got the receipts. Kansas City's only top-rated Ford dealer on Google, 4.8 stars with nearly 3,000 reviews. Voted best car dealership in Kansas City by KC Magazine.
The recognition matters, but what actually matters is how you feel when you call or visit Rob Seid Ford.
Inventory, value, transparency, and no pressure. That's why people keep coming back.
Come see us at 135th and State Line or visit us online at robsight.com.
Rob Seid Ford. Buy right. Drive happy.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergen X and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. If you're looking for the best, Synergen X and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
Music this hour is brought to you by State Water Heater and Reeves Weideman. Need a water heater? State Water Heaters has the solution. The Adapt Gas Tankless Water Heater with X3 scale prevention delivers efficient, on-demand hot water with no annual maintenance and may qualify for money-saving utility rebates. Ask your plumber for State at Reeves Weideman. Visit rwco.com or statewaterheaters.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side 35 northbound heavy before 87th, stays slow to 75th, then bonks down again at Shawnee Mission Parkway, stays heavy up to Antioch with new trouble in through there. 71 northbound heading out of the Grandview Triangle, things get slow, stay very slow up past 87th Street with an accident. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Sometimes we get spoiled with good things that get taken away from us. There's been a couple of examples. I would say this year we saw one. How many of you were pulling for the Bears after Caleb Williams made that throw in the corner of the end zone to send it to overtime with the season on the line, right? Maybe some people still wanted to see the Rams and McVay carry on that legacy and continue to grow, but watching Caleb Williams make that throw and then to think about it afterwards, you're like, well, it doesn't really mean anything.
No, it really doesn't.
Right? it kind of sucks, and it's kind of cool to see that, somewhat of a take that I made was kind of accurate because Caleb Williams and Pete Crow Armstrong went to the Blackhawks game the night after or maybe 2 nights after they lose that game to the Rams, and Caleb Williams was mobbed by Chicagoans and it was just appreciated. And I would think that those are the 2 biggest names in Chicago sports right now would probably be Caleb Williams and Pete Crow Armstrong.
Well, it's not Louis Robert anymore.
No, he's in New York.
He's in New York. Yeah, you're probably right about that. PCA, everybody loves him.
Am I missing somebody on the Bulls, Mac, that maybe moves the needle more than PCA? And
you
Williams?
are. Yes, Jalen Rose. No, I'm kidding.
Justin Rose. He got an albatross last night in the TGL. It was sick.
Who did you say is playing this week? Duffy Waldorf or something?
No, Jason Duffner's in the tournament field. Haven't heard that guy's name in so long.
You said that name. I'm like, I haven't heard that guy. Duffner for a golfer is like having the name of what's the guy's name who was the closer who for the Royals? You're like, that guy shouldn't be the name. Like
Buckfitch?
No, like
Metallico?
No, like fire gasoline or something like that. Blewett, Chris Blewett. Yeah,
Scott Blewett.
Scott Blewett. Yeah, that Blewett guy was out. Like, if you're a closer, you can't be named Blewett. You just can't. That can't be your last name, right? Yeah, it can't.
I would play 18 holes and smash beers with Jason Duffner. He seems like that type of guy.
It just seems like a bad name for a golfer.
And if you want to know what his personality's like, it's a lot like Jay Cutler's. Just very
sweet,
vanilla, bland, but also probably hilarious to about 10 people. But no, they play that tournament at the Nicklaus Course in California this weekend.
But you're right. No, like the Caleb Williams throw.
It just kind of like you watch that throw to Chicago, you're like, dude. And then years from now, they'll be like, you remember that Caleb Williams throw? But yeah, but we still lost. And you know what it reminds me of? And I know you guys know the answer. 13 seconds.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. I'll follow up, right? Like, let's say that the Bears never do anything again, which is very possible, right? If the Chiefs never went on to do anything after that 13-second game, what did we win? 2 Super Bowls after that 13-second game? Mm-hmm. How often would we go back to that 13-second game as another, like, oh, my God, moment that we were never able to capitalize in Kansas City sports? We had the moment there, we did it, and then we fell short the next weekend. Coming back and winning the Super Bowl 2 consecutive years and going to 3 straight, basically, since then or whatever it's been. I know it sounds so, egotistical. I can't remember how many Super Bowls we've been to since the 13-second game. But, like, we would be talking – I think we would probably be talking about that 13-second game almost the same way about the Lynn Elliott stuff, like the moments that you just couldn't get over and whatnot. And maybe Buffalo's looking at it like that was their best opportunity, and now here they are with no head coach and a GM who's, I think, is kind of conniving, but that's just my opinion on that. I think we would be talking a lot more about the moment that was missed after the 13-second game, and that would be more of a conversation point had they not gone and just erased that moment, And that's what the Bears need to do, right? If you're the Bears, you're kind of following that, route of the Chiefs. That was your, okay, we've arrived moment. Don't let that be your moment.
Yeah, just always, because we lost a great nickname and the Grim Reaper.
The Grim Reaper, all that.
That whole story was incredible.
And you're ready for it, right? I told when it's getting grim, go be the Grim Reaper. Listen, do it.
Yeah.
And then it was like, because, everything from that game, do it, Pat, do it. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden it's like, next week, next week, you lose it, right? And it's like,
It does. You can't celebrate it because it's just like you didn't win the next week. And you had a really bad performance.
I do think the Bears will be one of the top 5 teams next year in the NFC to be a favorite to be in the NFC Championship.
Let me ask you this right now. Who has more people favoring them to win their division, the Giants or the Bears?
Giants.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
I think the Giants are going to be. I think the Giants are going to be that sexy pick.
There's too many questions about Washington and what they do in year 3 with their quarterback and coach.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas is always a crapshoot. You don't know what's going to happen with Jerry.
Don't know.
Trouble in Philadelphia, right? We don't know what their team's going to do. Howie Roseman's going to do something, And then you have the Giants, who the only seem concerned is the communication between their coach and their general manager, which that can be resolved very quickly.
Yeah, for a team that's had
1 meeting.
For a team that's had 10 years of ass, just complete and utter ass. To have only the only question that people have are can the GM and coach get along? Really?
And if they can't, guess what? The guy that's getting paid $100 million is going to be just fine, and the guy that's getting the GM is going to be gone.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, somebody says, what nickname died quicker, the Grim Reaper or General MacArthur?
Well, that's a good one. Probably General MacArthur.
Yeah, probably.
Because most people probably don't even know who that is anymore. What was his first name? Bill?
No.
Todd?
What? I thought it was
Phil? MacArthur. Hang on. Don't tell me, Dusty. I know you know it. John. Dennis.
I wish it was Dennis.
Thaddeus.
Mac.
I thought it was Bill. Is it not?
Bill MacArthur?
It's not
That's
Bill.
the guy that sells insurance.
Hi, I'm Bill MacArthur. I'm a State Farm agent, and I support my local university.
Come out and call me today.
Bundle and you can save with Bill MacArthur. Bill MacArthur, State Farm, Ottawa. Ottawa. All right, what's his name?
James.
James MacArthur, yeah.
James MacArthur, because that was
Never
the
would've
Cody
guessed
and Gold thing. They had like the banner out there. They had like the cool little hats, and our buddy listener Blair was out there helping him out as well. And then it was MacArthur wants to leave.
And we want him to go.
Here's MacArthur. Since they had that campaign, he's given up 4 home runs in an inning and a quarter. And gone, MacArthur's nickname. The other thing that's kind of gone is LeBron's favoritism in the NBA. Is that fair? First time, 21 years, he has not been voted into the NBA All-Star game. Oh,
Let me ask you this: who voted?
Players.
Oh, the players voted.
Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, they
I
vote.
thought
Now,
that.
to give relevance,
okay.
this happened to Jordan in his, I think, last year as an NBA All-Star.
Yeah.
And I forget who it was, but somebody was like, you can have my spot. You're Michael Jordan. My question is anybody doing that for LeBron?
Probably not, because like you knew like maybe Jordan was going to be gone. Like you don't know that LeBron's going to be gone, right? LeBron will stay around as long as somebody's willing to write him a check, and somebody will always be willing, I think, to write LeBron a check. And he, as good as he is, he's still not Michael Jordan. He still doesn't command like, oh my God, that's LeBron versus oh my God. Like if Michael Jordan walked in here, I don't get starstruck much. I would be. Remember that time you were playing for the Bulls and you won 3 championships, then you took 2 years off and won 3 more? Yeah. Remember, like I would lose. I wouldn't necessarily be starstruck with LeBron.
Oh, really?
Like I would be with Michael Jordan if he walked in here. If it was the fans that voted, I would say, see, the fans are done with you. I'd like to see what the result would be if the fans voted. Would the fans vote LeBron in?
Probably.
To
be clear, that's just the starters.
Yeah, the starters.
Yes,
but it's the first
he's
time
an
in his
all-star.
it's his first time in his career he has not been a starter.
Yeah. And that's why I'm wondering if the fans voted, would he have been named a starter to the All-Star game? Because ultimately, isn't the All-Star game what the fans want to see? Because the game sucks.
The game's the worst.
But, and you will see plenty of LeBron. I get all that.
For sure.
This
is the year LeBron should do the dunk competition.
Yeah, he should do all that stuff. It's the year that I don't want him to do the dunk competition. He's 42, 41.
But he can still get above the rim.
He had a really good dunk last night. He had a great dunk last night.
Not as good as Wemby's.
No, nothing's as good as...
Wemby bodied another man.
Yeah. I mean, Wemby just swallows people at the rim. It's a little bit different. But, yeah, I don't know. It is weird. I don't know.
Who busted the rim last night? Was it Wemby?
It was Jeremy Sohan, I think, was just doing a practice dunk, and he just hung on the rim for too long. It was going to happen in the game. It wasn't his fault.
Thanks for the clarification to the text line. Dusty Jordan didn't start, and Vince Carter gave up his starting spot.
Well, I mean, that's one of the greatest dudes ever is Vince Carter.
Still voted in, so let me get the verbiage correct. Yeah. Voted in as a starter. Still an all-star, but as a starter. And then, Vince Carter was the guy I couldn't think of that was like, hey, MJ, I came from North Carolina. You came from North Carolina. Yeah. I am in this because you were in this, and here, go ahead and take it.
Yeah, I became who I am because of you.
And it kind of reminds me of the story of Ripken and A-Rod. I don't know if you're familiar with this story, but Ripken's last All-Star game, he had been moved over to third because the arm was now a noodle, and A-Rod was the starting shortstop. And as the game started, A-Rod went over to shortstop and said, Cal, you're going to play here. I'm going to play third.
God, I just got goosebumps you telling that story because I do that's
awesome.
And again, he's like, no. He's like, go over there. And Ripken's like, no, dude, I'm old. I can't make that throw. He's like, get your ass over short.
It was kind of the passing of the torch and all that kind of stuff. It was a beautiful moment. It really was. Like,
it's the only beautiful moment A-Rod ever had.
I was going to say, I know people hate A-Rod, but he's got more beautiful moments than some people.
Which we know at the time, the manager of that team was like, hey, Alex, I know it's going to pain you, but you need to do this because it's Ripken. And what does Ripken do? Hits a home run in his last
Of course he did. Yes, that's the way it goes.
Middle in, center cut, 91. Cal, swing away. Sounds good. And
who's the
Ripken
pitcher?
I don't remember that much detail. It had to have been a starter in the All-Star game because it was in the first couple innings. Had to have been a
legit, yeah.
Something tells me it was like Schilling. I'll have to look that up in the break. But yeah. Coming up next, we're going to follow up on what Binkley had to say because it's interesting. He joined us at 6:45. If you missed it, you can go back on the app and listen to it. But we'll bring back a point that he made here at the next stop on our show that we call Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
And Dusty Likens.
He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I can tell you what, being a dad, man, and having 3 girls in the house, my wife and 2 others, sometimes that hot water just isn't there when I have to hit the shower. Or when I wake up in the morning at 4 o'clock and I'm ready to get in the shower and I got to wait forever for that water to heat up. You know what? Quite honestly, I am tired of doing that. And I'm sure you're tired of doing that as well, waiting there and wasting time waiting for that hot water. Well, I got the solution for you. It is State Water Heaters. It's the perfect answer for everybody. A new high-efficiency Adapt gas tankless water heater with X3 scale prevention technology from State can provide plenty of hot water as well as great energy savings for your family, right? You're going to save some money as well. Our Adapt models with X3 provide years of trouble-free hot water without the worry of annual maintenance that's required from other tankless models. These water heaters may also qualify for rebates from your local utility company. Don't miss this chance to put real money back into your pocket. Act now and tell your plumber to visit their local Reeves Weideman store either in person or online at rwco.com, or just check them out at statewaterheaters.com to learn more.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Next Wednesday, January 28th, our friends at Centric are hosting a KC Tech Career Summit at Centric. It's open networking with KC area tech professionals, facility tours, breakout conversations with instructors, career services, and a live panel featuring former Centric students and local employers, plus a Q&A.
Whether you're just starting out, considering a career change, or simply interested in what the tech field offers, this summit offers you a gateway to that. Please RSVP in advance by going to Centric.com and clicking the KC Tech Summit at the top of the page.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh my gosh, you'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Helzberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Helzberg. Shop in store or at Helzberg.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Kansas side 35 northbound heavy from 69 Highway merge up to Antioch. Missouri side 70 eastbound heavy from 18th Street to 27th with construction. 71 northbound slow from Bannister up towards 87th with an earlier accident. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Hey, Royals fans, it's Vern. I'll be broadcasting live from Royals Rally on Saturday, January 31st, starting at 9 a.m. as I sit down with the biggest names in the organization before they head off to spring training. This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM. HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Brandon Bean.
Said you got a day ball update?
A little bit of a day ball update right now that's
Brandon
going on.
Bean.
Yeah, Brandon Bean. So Brian Daboll, according to our sister station, WIP in Philadelphia, it is becoming more apparent that Brian Daboll will not be the Philadelphia Eagles' next offensive coordinator, according to Ms. Rossini. The Eagles are conducting their offensive coordinator search with the understanding that Brian Daboll wants the Bills' head coaching job. If he doesn't land it, Daboll is expected to wind up in Tennessee as the offensive coordinator for Cam Ward and the Titans, per sources.
Huh. Mac?
Okay. Yeah, that's not bad.
So that's a little bit of a Daboll update right there. He wants the head coaching job at Buffalo.
He should.
And I'll be honest with you, they're talking about potentially promoting Joe Brady as the head coach there and Daboll as the offensive coordinator. I would hire Daboll as the head coach and keep Joe Brady in place as that offensive coordinator because Daboll does have that experience already, right? You're not putting a newbie in a position where you have a quarterback that is ready to win today. You have Joe Brady as your head coach. You're teaching Joe Brady how to be a head coach. He's got to learn how to be a head coach. Brian Daboll, not a great head coach in his stint in New York, but again, injuries. It was a bad situation and whatnot. And he did go to the playoffs with Daniel Jones in his first year. Josh Allen and him have this trust level that is very, very high. That makes the right sense, I think, to hire Brian Daboll as your head coach. Obviously, he doesn't want to go back there and be the offensive coordinator, I wouldn't think, because he's going to go to Tennessee if he doesn't get the Bills job. But I think if you're the Buffalo Bills, that may be the best way to keep Josh Allen happy, is to bring back a guy that, you know, he loves after you got rid of his head coach. I'm not saying that's what we need to do here in Kansas City. It's completely different with this Eric Bieniemy situation. But you fired your head coach. You probably want to bring somebody in that gets along great with your superstar quarterback who needs to win. And so keep that guy happy, and then he's not asking for a trade.
Really sounds like he's keeping Daboll in his corner.
Yep.
Funny little.
I was just watching that play again that Orlovsky getting roasted for, defending the lineman should have jumped on that.
Yeah.
Josh Allen just threw that ball on the ground.
Threw. He set it on the ground. He didn't throw it. Here.
I mean, how can Orlovsky continue to go out there and defend this guy?
Well, we'll get to that a little bit later. We'll also get to Nate Taylor as well in the 9:15 segment to talk all things coordinators and moving forward with the Kansas City Chiefs. The ESPN beat writer for the Kansas City Chiefs, Nate Taylor, will join us in about 10 minutes or so. Mac, you like this text from the text line? Says, I'll give $100 to the show fund.
Okay.
If Wemby catches a body at the age of 41 like LeBron has multiple times this year, the disrespect is crazy, LOL.
I'll be dead by the time he's 41.
I watched Wemby take a body shot 3 times last night, one from Kevin Durant as well.
Yep.
And we'll see. I mean, I hope you're still kicking. I hope $100 isn't what the penny is by the time Wemby's 41, because that's going to be in like 21 years. He's 20 years old, dude.
More updates from Buffalo.
Oh.
The owner and GM are now speaking at the podium.
Okay.
Bills owner Terry Pagula says it was his decision to fire Sean McDermott due to the results of the Broncos-Bills game. So he says it came down to this. Now listen to this. Pagula said he saw the pain and emotion of Josh Allen in the locker room and presser giving everything he had. He says we can and will do better and praises roster talent. If I'm a Bills fan today, I'm hitting eject.
Oh, no. Yeah, this is panic button. No, this is legitimately panic button.
Yeah, it is. And then Brandon Bean addressing the media today.
Yep.
Here's Brandon Bean's comment. I understand the frustration. Nobody puts more pressure on me than myself. Pressure is a privilege, and we don't take it lightly. He would go on to say, I bear guilt, blame, responsibility. There's no finger pointing. Well, there was. You fired a man. The goal is to bring a championship to Buffalo. That's, of course, that's he's going to say.
Yeah,
but he bears guilt, blame, and responsibility. and there is no finger pointing. No, you pointed a big finger at your head coach that seemingly everybody's pissed off that you fired now. You're going to have a hard time bringing this organization, and that's probably why you hire Brian Daboll to be your coach, because I think he can come in and be a uniter for that organization, well, at least for your quarterback. Because if you're pissed off your quarterback now and you hire somebody that maybe he didn't want, he's going to start making noise too. Get me the hell out of here.
And Brandon Bean. And that goes back to what we talked about earlier in the show from the tweet that says, I'm told that during a meeting held 5 weeks ago between McDermott, Bean, and Pagula, the coach pointed out that there were roster lacked to win a Super Bowl. I don't know the specifics McDermott mentioned, but I'm told neither Bean nor Pagula was pleased with McDermott's assessment.
Yeah.
It is a super red flag.
More from the owner.
Oh.
I felt like we had hit the proverbial playoff wall. 13 seconds, missed field goal, the catch.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, seriously, though, if you're the owner, it's like, I think we probably did. Like, both can be true, but looking back.
Then clean house.
Yeah, we got to get rid of the GM as well.
You can't do one or the other. Promote one and fire the other?
Brandon Bean. Over under 17 Virginia Slim 100s she has in a day.
I think it's different than that. I definitely think they're Misties. Thank you.
Solid poll.
Thank you.
This is Binkley earlier when he joined the show. Agree or disagree?
More and more guys are staying, and it's really changing the draft pool. I mean, when Dante Moore made the decision, made the right decision, but said he's going back to Oregon for another year of grooming, he's passing up money. I mean, you look at 2021, there was over 130 underclassmen or special availability guys. That means you've been out of high school for at least 3 years. There was 130 of those guys in 2021. This year, a little over 62. And that's kind of the way it's been since name, image, and likeness. So Nil comes out in 2021. You had about 54% more players declaring for the draft. That's taking a hit, man. When you're down to just, 62 underclassmen going into the draft this year, that changes things. And when big-time names are going back to college, that hurts. And when the Chiefs are drafting ninth and all these players are going back to school, that hurts the draft pool. So, I'm very excited about what they're picking, but the world of college football has changed, and it's changed the NFL draft. Now you got to sit there and say, well, who's not coming back, and then make that decision to draft said player.
Kind of seems like it's good to have a little bit of time to dissect this draft, and instead of be like, hey, the Super Bowl's over, your parade's over, by the way, the draft's in a month and a half.
That's exactly right. But how about those numbers? In 5 years, more than half the amount of guys who declared for the draft are now staying in college because of that name, image, and likeness out there. And guys are going to come into the NFL now, hopefully more mature, than they have been in years past. And really, we're all getting what we want right now. We're getting a true minor league football system that is disguised as collegiate football. And we get the best of both worlds. Keep the guys, in college a little bit longer, season them a little bit more, get them a little bit more mature, see if they've hit that wall, because some guys maybe peak in their sophomore year of college and they're never as good again. See if they hit that wall, see if they have that love to play football. I think this is a win for everybody. You may take a little bit of a hit now with some of these underclassmen coming out, but you also may not make as many bad mistakes with some of these underclassmen coming out that may be too immature at this point in time to play in the NFL. So we're getting what we want, man. College football's in a good spot right now. It's essentially now officially become the minor leagues of the NFL.
Is there similarities in Daboll going back to Josh Allen as there are to Eric Bieniemy going back to Patrick Mahomes? That's a question we could ask our guy on the other side, ESPN's beat writer for the Kansas City Chiefs, Nate Taylor. He will join us next. We'll talk all things so far this offseason if he agrees, because he reports on it as if this could be the sexiest offseason the NFL has ever seen in his young life as well. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I will tell you, my friends over at Park and Go are awesome. I talk about these folks all the time because I love them. When they do something that is just so magical like they do, it is worth telling everybody about. And that's having no stress when you get to the airport and no stress when you come home from your trip, because Park and Go handles everything smoothly. You make your reservation at bookparkandgo.com. Simple and done. Then, At that point in time, prepay, because when you prepay, you're going to save money on your parking. And now you've reserved a covered spot all for you, and you prepaid. It's all taken care of. Show up on the day of your flight, give them that reservation number, and here's what's going to happen. They're going to direct you right to that covered parking spot they have reserved for you. And as soon as you get there, the van will meet you and take you right to the airport terminal. When you get back, even better. That van's waiting for you. Grab your bags, walk outside, jump on the van, and it's right back to the trunk of your car you go. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Are you ready for some action, basketball fans? Dusty Likens here. You know I am. BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify those winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode as well. We have lots in store between now and when the new champions are crowned. So log into BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older only. Missouri only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
What's up, guys? It's Drew. Listen up. It's 2026, and this is going to be your best year yet when it comes to sex. You know why? Because you're finally going to take the advice and try the chewable tablets from Blue Chew. Blue Chew's tablets help you feel and perform at your best, and their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient for your prescription. Be more confident where it counts. Blue Chew's a small chew for a big difference because showing up matters during life's most exciting moments. You know, just like the athletes that we love to root on for every single day of the week, these athletes have to be able to show up when it matters during the game's most exciting moments. You need to show up during life's most exciting moments. Be ready when she is. It's not just about performance. Give your partner something to brag to their friends about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com and get your first month free when you use the promo code KFNZ at checkout. You just cover $5 for shipping. That's promo code KFNZ. Just cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Today, expect sunny skies with a high of 46.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this. He's the only man in history to win a race in a hot dog costume and break national NFL news. Here's Nate Taylor from ESPN with Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
– Before we get to Nate Taylor, I want to play you something from Travis Kelce, who is on New Heights podcast, obviously his brother Jason. And they have Greg Olson this week, which we'll play a little bit later on the week because he gives marital advice that we can give Mac as well. This was Travis Kelce on Eric Bieniemy's return.
How do you feel about this? I love that. I think it's great. I think it's marriage is going to pick up right where it left off. EB and who he is as a coach, you can see kind of his personality and what he brings to this table in that Chicago team. I know Ben Johnson has his own version of that. He's a very tough guy, and what he did in Detroit, he brought over as well. And you can see those running backs over Chicago, and their body of work was definitely a Eric Bieniemy style of football, man. And hell yeah, I can't wait to see him back in the building, man. He's one of my favorite coaches of all time. One of my favorite people of all time. I've had so many unbelievable, growing moments under him as a player, as a person, and I just love the guy, and it's going to be awesome to see him back in the building and see him back wearing the Chiefs logo, baby.
So, Nate, I don't think you probably realize that this is how the interview is going to start. When do you write the story that Travis Kelce's coming back for one more year?
Hey, I did it last year at the Combine.
That's
Why
right.
not run it back, right? That's. And, this is to remind everybody, that's probably when we're going to hear Brett Veach's, first public comments, not only on the offseason as a whole, but how last season, went. And that definitely sounds like a guy. I heard the clip earlier this morning. Definitely sounds like a guy that is eager to play for Eric Bieniemy again as his offensive coordinator. So, I had a feeling that this is where this was trending when it came to Travis Kelce, right? I think when we talked to him in the season finale in Las Vegas, he was, sort of like, well, I got to take some time. Let's see how things go. But I think for him, this has to be like re-energizing for Travis Kelce. So, look, man, if and whenever he makes his decision, I think he wants to do it probably by the Combine, which is in a couple weeks, right? It's, basically like less than 10 days after the Super Bowl or so.
Yep.
It'll be exciting, man, to see. I think it's exciting. I think Chiefs fans should feel like it's exciting for him to have this much excitement vocally when the thing hasn't even become like official yet. But for all intents and purposes, that does not sound like a guy who is ready to retire just yet.
Yeah, obviously, it sounded like from that comment alone, like I can't wait to see him back in the building. So that means you're going to be back in the building. See, his co-host should have followed up with that. You come on now. He should have followed.
They got a podcast to run.
Yeah, that is true. Good point, Dave. They got to stretch this thing out.
We can stretch. How long you want to stretch this thing out, baby?
Yeah.
So look,
Good point.
I imagine that whenever he makes his decision, or whenever he's, whenever he's ready to announce his decision, right? I assume that will be the medium that he has chosen.
Yep.
Again, I think his brother understands too that I think Jason understands perfectly what it's like to go through, because we obviously saw his own sort of back and forth during that NFL Films documentary with Amazon. But yeah, I think. I think Jason had a little twinkle in his eye because he sees his brother not necessarily going down a path where he needs convincing at this point. That sounds like a guy that again is pretty eager not only to see Eric Bieniemy back in the building, but to see how much they can get out of one another again. I think that's the undertone of what everything he said was like. Man, I cannot wait to see how much success we can have yet again, given how much success they've had already. So, hey, if you guys want to stretch this out for another couple weeks, hey, that's fine by me.
Yeah, no doubt. You got to keep the people getting what they want, right? And so what they wanted was a new wide receiver coach. I'm more excited about that than I am Eric Bieniemy. I'm just going to be honest. The Eric Bieniemy thing just doesn't really motivate me, but I really like a wide receiver coach that's coming in with basically 20-some years of experience coaching the position.
Yeah, and a proven track record that should be willing to bring, I think, new techniques and new ideas to the position. I think that's where you want to see the biggest difference from last season to this upcoming one, where, hey, can you see better overall play on a down-to-down basis from Rashee Rice and from Xavier Worthy? I think Xavier Worthy is a pretty good route runner, but he's got to be more consistent. We know he had a minor procedure to clean up some of the things of the shoulder he played through much of the season, in large part due to Travis Kelce, the opening series in Sao Paulo. But I think, hey, everybody understands, like, they've got to get better about identifying man coverage, having more routes to sort of go to against man coverage, understanding what the quarterback wants. You're going to need an experienced coach, especially when a guy is coming off, such a massive, seismic injury in his career in Patrick Mahomes, that you need to be even more detailed. You need to be even more specific in your steps, how you want to set up the defensive backs. I think that was something that was somewhat lacking last year. Was like, okay, well, if it's not zone and if everything's not, if it's not a clear picture, like, okay, then what are you going to do when a defender is in an unusual place, or the defense tries to, take away what we know you're already good at? So having, the adjustments to what teams have already provided so far will be fascinating to see. And also, like, hey, I know people were asking, will we see more slants? Will we see more, traditional 10 to 12, 15-yard dig routes? Will you see more a more variety route tree than what the Chiefs have shown over the last 2 years?
Yeah, I was talking to Mac about this. We talked to Nate Taylor of ESPN here on 96.5 The Fan. Nate, and I was telling Mac this in the break, that I think the players that are excited the most are obviously the veteran players that have been with Eric Bieniemy, not only because of what he brings in. We've heard Mahomes, accountability seems to be the buzzword around Eric Bieniemy. Accountability is what he brings. I think the veteran players are excited to see what he brings to these young players. And I speak of the young players like a Rashee Rice, like an Xavier Worthy, guys that, might think that, hey, since I've been on this team, all we've done is play in Super Bowls. And the one year that we didn't, we kind of saw some emotions fly. And I think that's something that doesn't get allowed with the accountability that brings in Eric Bieniemy. And maybe veterans are excited to see how they shock up these young players that haven't really been held accountable.
Right. And, I can't see every second of practice, but, there's an idea of, like, were practices at a certain intensity level, again, on a day-in, day-out basis that you would want. Well, someone who's going to clearly bring a lot of energy, a lot of motivation is Eric Bieniemy. And whoever the running back is that is leading the Chiefs offense in 2026 will be ultimately fascinating, because we've already seen the imprint. And I know what Travis Kelce said about the Bears' running style from the Ben Johnson offense, implementing, proper techniques, proper footwork, running with a sort of force behind you, and obviously having good vision. I mean, DeAndre Swift just had the best season of his career with Eric Bieniemy as his primary coach, right? Kyle Mungai had an incredible season for a 7th-round pick, similar to what he did in 2022 with, a very healthy, very fresh, very green Isaiah Pacheco. So whoever that running back is, if it's a veteran, if it's someone you want to take in the draft, how is that player going to be molded by Eric Bieniemy, and how is that going to sort of ignite the offensive line? Because, for as much as people will talk about all the flaws of the offense, I think one thing that we quietly learned, and I'm interested to see how it's going to do, again, with a new set of running backs, right, or a new, pair. You can obviously include Rashard Smith into that, even though they never gave him the ball last season, is, hey, Trey Smith, incredible run blocker. Creed Humphrey, best center in the league. We learned last year that Kingsley Suamataia is very good at pushing the pile forward, getting to linebackers when you have the time and the right play call to set up the running game. We all know that the Chiefs did pretty well under center. Well, what if you increase that usage rate, understanding that you have, a very good left tackle and a very athletic left tackle in Josh Simmons, who should be healthy by the time we get to training camp. And if you are going to have Jalen Moore at right tackle, well, we all know he's a starting caliber player. So you can actually use the running game and be a little bit more, I think, have a little bit more variety, a little bit more nastiness to the offense. And again, that's something where getting your players to play with a certain edge comes down to a lot of coaching at certain points. And I'm interested to see how that's going to work with Bieniemy back in the offense, when Andy Reid basically told us the day after the season ended, which he was like, okay, finally I can say it, our running game sucks. And so if you want to say, hey, how is Eric Bieniemy going to help us mostly? Okay, can the running game get back to being formidable so that the entire burden isn't on a quarterback coming off an ACL and an LCL surgery?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, the running game sucked. We know that. But are they going to make the right adjustments to get that running game back? Are they going to go out and get the personnel changes that they need? Because that's as much as anything as changing, a running back coach or a wide receiver coach. We still need better personnel on the field, especially at that running back position.
Yes. And so here's where it comes down to. All right, between Andy Heck, Eric Bieniemy, you can sprinkle in a little bit of Tom Melvin at the tight end position. Like, those three guys have worked together really well in the past. Again, creating a running game that makes sense, that, again, has a little bit more variety than maybe what we saw last year. You're asking those guys, if you're Brett Veach, okay, give me like a couple names in free agency if they actually get to the free agency market. And I know a lot of people are wondering, what about Kenneth Walker? Well, we'll see. You may have to overpay to get Kenneth Walker away from Seattle, given the success the Seahawks are having. At the same time, you also need to find multiple people that you could sort of target in that second and third round. I know everybody loves Jeremiah Love. If Eric Bieniemy is high on him, great. I tend to think that there are bigger issues on the roster than, like, taking a running back at 9.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, you could have a good running back in the third round, in the fourth round. And I know fans have been clamoring that for a couple years now. But without anybody of consequence at the position on the salary cap sheet as of now, I think the Chiefs need to fortify the position and do both things. Get somebody that you know can be a veteran running back that can have, maybe, again, similar to DeAndre Swift, a career year under Eric Bieniemy as the offensive coordinator. Again, we do not know yet who will be the running backs coach. How much of a say will Eric Bieniemy have in that? And also, okay, it's time, guys. It's the third round. It's the fourth round. Hell, if you even want to maybe trade up to get back into the second end of the second round, okay, that's fine. Whatever you got to do based on the compensatory formula as well. Target that running back, find that running back who can give you a nice 1-2 pair, and that is going to be able to groom and develop alongside Brashard Smith as well, to where you have more options than the Chiefs had last year to have an explosive running game, to have a more consistent running game, and to know that you can run the ball in the red zone and feel confident that, again, you do not have to put the entire pressure on your quarterback when the space gets condensed inside the 10-yard line.
Talking to Nate Taylor of ESPN and Chiefs beat writer for ESPN. Nate, I'm going to ask you a real simple question. Is this Brett Veach's most important draft of his tenure as the GM?
Knee-jerk reaction tells me no, because he's not trading away a Hall of Fame player who was absolutely dynamic and still towards the peak of his powers in Tyreek Hill. Now, I understand Travis Kelce's not in his prime anymore. Patrick Mahomes had plenty of motivation coming out the 2022 draft, but the Chiefs had more draft picks in 2022 than they have right now. And I think people need to remind themselves, because of the Tyreek Hill trade, you were going to have to change the way your offense operated. You were going to have to need to hit that draft pretty much perfectly, which they ultimately did. And you were going to have to find a couple veterans that you could plug along in the free agent market that could, again, sustain the winning culture, the winning veteran leadership that you needed for those young players coming aboard. I think the 22 draft is still very more like, I just think it was more seismic at the time. It's unfortunate that Mahomes is rehabbing from an injury, but again, I think the organization is very confident that Mahomes will be very diligent in his recovery and his rehab. This might be the second most important offseason in Brett Veach's tenure, but I think he had more to do and he had more resources, to go get it done in 2022 than he does right now.
Nate, if we're sitting here next year having the same conversation after that same type of season, what will the conversation be?
Ooh, well, everybody's got to stay healthy. I think that's one of the biggest things that I don't want people to forget about this last season, right? You need to find, again, another very good first-round pick, ready to start, ready to go for you. They need to bolster the defensive line immensely, in my opinion. So if things go as well as they did in 2022, hey, your quarterback came back fully motivated, just like he was in 2022, had an amazing season, MVP caliber worth of production, right? You have the ability to retain Travis Kelce, as we talked about, from retirement. He gives you similar production he gave you last year. He gives you more leadership within the locker room. You draft a similar group of guys who are accountable, durable, and are willing to grow and learn over the course of an NFL season. And we could have saw that with Omar Norman Lott. We could have saw more of that from Josh Simmons. I thought they should have played Ashton Gelati more football. Well, they chose not to. So for the coaching staff, they're going to have to play these younger guys for them to get back on track and to have a successful season. Ultimately, though, Chris Jones is going to have to go back to being a bona fide star, and in order for him to do that, he needs better support around him. So if we have a similar year like in 2022, a lot of it comes down to, man, the defensive line compared to last year was night and day, because what we're seeing right now is the reason the Broncos are in the AFC Championship, guys, is you know what they do? They hit the quarterback constantly, all the time. And I know Josh Allen had a terrible performance in Denver, but part of that is because Nick Bonito exists, and when he hits you, you usually fumble the football.
No doubt. I want to bring this up because I feel like this is part of the conversation that you see on all sort of social medias with Eric Bieniemy coming back. It is the offense when he was here as opposed to the offense when he was not here. And I think there are two sides. One, people see that and they go, okay, we'll bring that style of offense back. And then there's the other side where I get coined a hater because I look at that offense. I think, okay, Travis Kelce was like 27, 28, 29. Tyreek Hill was in the prime of his career. All those things were reasons why maybe the offense was great. Am I wrong, or am I okay to have that sort of speculation? And can he really drastically change this offense?
I think it's totally fine for you to have that opinion, and I wouldn't besmirch anyone, from the fan base who says, hey, I want to see it again and go out there and prove it. That will be the challenge for Eric Bieniemy, is that, hey, this offense is not as tidied up as it was in 2018 or even 2021 when they brought in Trey Smith and Creed Humphrey, right? Again, we don't know how the roster is going to necessarily turn over just yet, but there's plenty of, speculation or, curiosity when it comes to okay, how are you going to find solutions? Well, again, will they be better coached? Will they have more of an intensity, right? Will they make less errors when it matters most in the fourth quarter, which is basically all we saw in those one-score losses, right? Yeah. Part of me has to believe that this team will be a little bit more focused, not only based on what happened last year, but because, hey, you want your coaching staff to be a little bit stronger than it was. And last year's coaching staff, for whatever reason, just didn't have as many answers as they had in the year before, right? So this is the one chance that I know that Chiefs fans felt, Andy Reid can make really drastic changes to his coaching staff. He has mostly been moderate, right? You're bringing back a guy that you've had success with. You're going to add a new, running backs coach. You've already added a new wide receivers coach. You may, round this thing out with more, assistants because, again, there's no salary cap. There's no, hey, we only have to have 50-something players on the roster. You can have as many offensive coaching as you want. You can have as many assistants as you want. So I think it's going to have to be trying to, hedge this as much as you can of finding a good middle ground. But, yeah, I mean, can Xavier Worthy give you 800 yards? That's a good question. Hey, I thought Rashee Rice was a 1,000-yard receiver. Well, is he going to show that? Is he going to demonstrate that? Can the offensive line gel, stay healthy, and can you convince maybe Patrick Mahomes, maybe Andy Reid, less RPOs, get that third linebacker on the field and run the ball down, somebody's throat? All those questions are totally fair, and I completely understand it. The scheme is going to have to change, and if anybody knows that, I assume it's got to be Andy Reid, because you know how hard it's going to be for him the next couple weeks just watching more of that either predictable or just poor execution on the scheme evaluation. This has got to be nauseating, I feel like, for Andy Reid based on the scheme evaluations he's been having to do since Mahomes has been in the building. I mean, this is one of the more complex things that he's going to have to figure out, because he can't just tell himself we can just run the same playbook. I don't think that's necessarily fair, because teams did start to figure things out, like Mahomes said, and your execution and your overall just attention to detail was really lacking. So to get guys more engaged, you're going to have to give them new concepts, new ideas, new trick plays, a lot of different things to keep everybody engaged, focused, and obviously having a little bit more sharpness to the execution that you saw at any point last year.
Nate, you mentioned Andy Reid sitting back and watching these championship games and, getting nauseated. How about you getting to sit back and get to watch this Buffalo Bills stuff happen as today is all these.
I mean, it's just every tweet is something better than the previous one.
It's got to be like a series on Netflix that they just gave you every access to every episode for the entire season.
Yeah, it tells us that maybe Sean McDermott was like, what a if we thought there was a burden on Josh Allen, man, there clearly was a burden on Sean McDermott. And unfortunately, it's like, he's not wrong. But I also see what the owner said today, and I'm thinking, well, you can't really make that decision based on that game, sir, because that really had nothing to do with coaching.
Right.
That is the most non-consequential result we see all playoffs where I'm like, not really the coach's fault. Like, Joe Brady dialed it up, I thought, really well in that game. Had a lot of answers for a pretty good Broncos defense. Hey, man, if you wanted to get rid of Sean McDermott, you probably are a year or two too late. So I understand that thought. But, like, when I saw Brendan Bean got a promotion, I said, Lord, please. Like, Lord, show me the way.
He may lose that promotion after today, though. I mean, seriously, with the way that this press conference is going, he may lose that promotion after today. I mean, it is getting ugly up there in Buffalo. People are disgusted.
They should be because, and I know people will say, well, Nate, like, Brett Veach hasn't had, like, the best drafts. And I'm like, well, he's beaten Brendan Bean quite often, guys.
And they win Super Bowls,
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know, man. Part of the reason why the Bills can't get over the hump is, like, those draft classes have not worked out. Hey, for whatever reason, you can say, look, I wish Brett Veach would have, signed this guy in free agency or that guy in free agency. Brendan Bean has literally done that on the defensive line. You think the Chiefs have put a lot of resources on the defensive line?
No.
Dog. They signed Von Miller when it was clear that, like, that's way too much money. And then they went and did the same thing with Joey Bosa. And I'm like, look, okay, maybe Joey Bosa could have been a little bit more disciplined, but, like, have you seen the Joey Bosa tapes? Like, they've been out there for quite a while. So they went to being a very old team to not having a good enough transition from a young team. And it's like it's not the kicker's fault. It's not the coach's fault. I mean, the quarterback didn't play well, but, like, he's putting too much of the burden on himself, which is a little bit tough. And again, if you're a ownership group who's not quite sure and you got a new stadium that you got to sell tickets to for next season, and it's yet another disappointing season, buddy, you bet they better get this coach. This better get this coach right. But again, how much of a say will he have if Brandon Bean is like,
Well, after
around?
what's going on today on X, I'm being serious about this. Like, they're finding everything that these guys are saying, and they're calling them liars on it. Like this whole Keon Coleman thing right now. And we'll play the audio coming up in the next segment, but they're talking about, like, this was basically Sean McDermott's decision, and then somebody just threw out a video of, like, a behind-the-scenes video where Brandon Bean saying, I'm glad Coleman ran a 4.57. It'll help us get him. I mean, there's receipts for everything, so they're liars, too.
Right. And look, you can't trade down for the team that you are the absolute rival with to take the better receiver. Whatever you think your issues are with Xavier Worthy, he a better receiver than Keon Coleman. And you know what, guys? I knew that in the draft. And so I love Keon Coleman. I love the personality, but, like, look, man, you guys were throwing the ball to McCole Hardman in the AFC divisional round of the year of our Lord 2026.
That's right.
Like, there's a reason why this roster isn't as strong as it is. And guess what? It's only going to get harder because you paid the quarterback already. So, like, if you don't hit it in the draft, when you have a quarterback, you are seeing the results. And this goes to the Chiefs as well. Chiefs didn't have maybe the best draft class that they could have had last season. Some of that is due to injuries. Some of that is due to whatever. But, like, when you don't hit in the draft and you've already paid your quarterback, ask Joe Burrow. Ask Josh Allen. Patrick Mahomes was willing that team to stay in playoff contention, and now he's hurt. So, like, a lot of this comes back to, hey, man, I don't necessarily think it was the coach's fault because you've already identified the quarterback. You've already got a guy that everyone in that locker room already respects. Like, he's had a ton of success. He's probably had more success than any coach in Buffalo in the modern history not named Marv Levy.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you got to hit it in the draft, and you can't spend that much money in free agency when, again, you've already paid the quarterback. So if you don't spend money in free agency, that player has to be the reason why you get over the hump. There's nobody that they've paid in free agency that I could say, oh, man, thank goodness they paid that guy because, without him, they wouldn't be in the AFC divisional round. There's no one on that roster that says that. And that's one of the reasons why it's hard to be a general manager. But at the same time, if you're buddy-buddy with the owner and you're sweet-talking the owner,
yep.
Look, I just need that promotion. Look, if I had more control, we're going to get this draft right. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
We'll continue to enjoy the greatest offseason in the NFL's history in our lifetime, Nate, and we will continue to tap in when we get more Chiefs news from you. We appreciate you working in the offseason. Enjoy the championship weekend and everything like that, brother.
Thank you. And again, hello, Mr. Stefanski. Hi. Nice to see you. Have you seen Baker Mayfield's comments? Your thoughts?
Take care, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, fellas.
That's Chiefs beat writer Nate Taylor.
Yeah, the
coming up.
Stefanski press conference will be good, too, because somebody's got to ask about the Baker stuff.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We'll get into the Buffalo dumpster fire today on the other side here. 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, my friends, I'll tell you about my friends over at State Water Heaters because I know you're like me. You may have 3 or 4 extra people in your house every morning using that hot water, and then you don't have any by the time it's time to take your shower. Or if you're like me and you're getting up early in the morning and you're waiting for that hot water to warm up and it seemingly takes an hour to do so, you need to talk to my friends over at State Water Heaters. Because if you're like me and you've got 3 girls living under one roof with me, sometimes you don't get the hot water you desire for your shower. So if you need to upgrade, State Water Heaters has just the answer for you. A new high-efficiency Adapt gas tankless water heater with X3 scale prevention technology from State can provide plenty of hot water as well as great energy savings for your family. Our Adapt models with X3 provide years of trouble-free hot water without the worry of annual maintenance that's required from other tankless models. These water heaters may also qualify for rebates from your local utility company. So don't miss the chance to put real money back into your pocket. Act now and tell your plumber to visit their local Reeves Weideman store either in person or you can check them out at rwco.com. That's rwco.com. Or just visit statewaterheaters.com to learn more. It's State Water Heaters.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, we are headed into the championship weekend, and with the football playoffs here, Underdog is the best place to get in on all of that gridiron action. Right now, you can make entries and win money in Missouri. And playing on Underdog is easy, it's fun, and I love it. Just choose if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. You get them right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. And we've got weather out there this week. It's going to be cold out there. So you probably want to take lower on all of those stat lines across the board when you're looking at that game in Denver. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code BOB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 with promo code BOB. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This here's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro, so yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No, get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at Heartland Men's Health, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. Which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at Heartland Men's Health. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices: Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
I'm going to go quickly here. Said every night of my life.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday indeed. As we do this every week, we do our Fescoe and Dusty Wednesday poll question. I want to get to Buffalo because it's way more entertaining than this. Who's better their job, Patrick Mahomes or Andy Reid? Not to have a shot. It's because our was our affiliate in Philadelphia? WIP,
yeah,
sister station over in Philadelphia said, who's better at their job, Nick Sirianni or Jalen Hurts? And Jalen Hurts only got 66%. Patrick Mahomes got 87.5% today on our poll question. But that's not what we care about, because what we care about right now is what is going on in Buffalo. And to answer the question, I don't know.
Yeah, can I interrupt?
Yes.
I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it, but I'm here to tell you the true story.
Well, here's some more audio for you, Terry.
I'm glad he ran that. Help you get him.
Game was meant to
4.54.
And that's NFL Films audio of Brandon Beane saying that he's glad that Keon Coleman ran a 4.54 because now they would have a chance at getting him, who they took after the Chiefs traded up to get Xavier Worthy. And then, of course, Keon Coleman missed, 3 or 4 games due to punishment from the team.
From the coach. Yeah. How do you also then, in this situation, even think about promoting Joe Brady? Because you just threw the whole coaching staff under the bus.
That's right.
So, and then you're going to turn around and hire maybe potentially the offensive coordinator as the head coach there in Buffalo. I mean, the tweets that are flying today from everybody now, it's making me laugh. I mean, it is absolute entertainment.
Brandon Beane!
To watch this go down. And, these NFL folks, man, this is not 20 years ago where people forget what you say and whatnot. You can't sit there and just lie to people. And that Terry Bagul is a liar. He's sitting there telling everybody that this was a decision based on the coach. And you hear the GM on tape going, good, I'm glad he ran it. It's going to help us get him. So you can't sit there and peddle lies and not get called on it. Like Dusty said in the break, he goes, we went 6-11, and the Bills have a worse season than we do. I mean, it's true.
Prove me wrong. This comes from Paul Calanino. You don't know who it is. Nobody does. He's just a guy who loves talking sports and has Bills Mafia in his Twitter bio. Also, Let's Go Buffalo. This is his tweet. My God, Terry Pegula is more clueless than I thought. He fired McDermott because people were crying. We're cooked.
Yeah.
I mean, Buffalo is.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so good in Buffalo right now. And again, this is what happens when you have bad ownership. This is what happens when you have the wrong people in charge.
Every meme is the Titanic sinking.
It should be.
Yes, every Buffalo fan is like, well, this is what it looks like today. Sinking ship, dumpster on fire. LeBron James pulling the referee to come over and look at the replay saying, showing Terry Pegula a screenshot of Brandon Beane's last 4 draft classes.
I mean, the more I hear about this, the more I'm like, if I'm Josh Allen, it's time.
That's why I say the start of the show.
Yep.
With all this happening, I brought this up. If I'm Josh Allen, it's like, get me out of here. He's the Mr. Lady from Happy Gilmore.
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
I mean, if you're Josh Allen, now is the time to go. It is absolutely 100% to demand a trade.
Yeah, getting more audio there from that press conference that just ended over there in Buffalo. This was Brandon Beane trying to answer the fact that he called this roster a championship roster early on in the season. He was asked what changed. The owner stepped in.
Brandon, at the trade deadline, you said that you felt the team had a championship roster. What, in your mind, led to the group falling short of that?
I mean, Jay. A bad call.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's going well in East Rutherford.
So if it was just a bad call, why'd you fire
That's
the coach?
great in East Rutherford.
Yeah,
we got Harbaugh.
Yeah, sorry, I just saw Harbaugh. Sorry, yeah. In Buffalo.
Oh, my God, that's the owner. He better be fined.
Call.
He better be fined.
Wow. Brandon, at the trade deadline, you said that you felt the team had a championship roster. What, in your mind, led to the group falling short of that?
I mean, Jay. A bad call.
Like, there was no even, uncomfortable media laughter in that.
Brandon Beane!
Somebody who tweeted, or was in there, I guess, tweeted, I go, that was a press conference. I need a cigarette. I mean, gosh. That's up there with the Al Davis overhead projector press conference, guys. I mean, this is going to go down in lore. As the day goes on, we're going to get more and more and more and more and more about what went on, in that press conference. And we're going to get more and more. I got to be honest, after that one, too, Josh Allen, man, demand a trade. Get the hell out of there. You know what's going to happen?
What?
Stafford will retire. He'll go out to L.A.
Good. He's in the NFC.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Then we can get Mahomes down in the Super Bowl. And you can finally get the Super Bowl and lose.
Allen with McVay, that'd be scary.
Would you rather have, if you're Sean McVay, would you have Josh Allen or Joe Burrow?
I think Josh Allen. He can stay healthy. At least has shown more of a ability to stay healthy than Joe Burrow.
Yeah, the nerd answer would be Burrow just because of the offense he runs. But yeah, Josh Allen.
Somebody goes, what is the call he's referring to? The catch, obviously, that turned into an interception at the end of the game.
Brandon
Cooks. Said, and if it was a bad call, coach has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, coach has why'd you fire the coach?
You went and got Brandon Cooks.
See, this is what happens.
One route.
These owners, these owners, all of them, have so much money, but they don't understand how people can challenge them. They're never challenged because they're so rich. Everybody just bows at their feet. And now you get into real world situations like this, and the media's going to challenge you. Your fans are going to challenge you.
Damn right.
Like, this is a Buffalo team that should be getting ready for another shot at winning another AFC East and getting back to the playoffs. Instead, they're a team that's probably going to have to deal with trading their quarterback, because if I'm him, that is an effed up situation, and I want out.
Got to.
There's this guy named John. He was like Paul Bunyan.
That's what he's going to be now. Hey, go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Stay kind, stay safe, stay groovy. Coming up next, it's Cody Golden Drew from 10 to 2, and we will talk to you tomorrow with plenty more on Buffalo. I can only imagine. Binkley, get your trivia hat on, buddy. We reign supreme tonight.
Brandon Bean.
This is Fescoe and Dusty